Checking 1, 2. I'm about to go live in 3 minutes. We got 2 tourneys right off the bat. 2 decent ones. Couple PKOs, part of the Big Ten series. 7,500 guaranteed. $8.80 entry fee. PKO Big Ten. 2,500 guaranteed. $2.50 entry fee. Currently looking at a field of 144 players that are already signed up, and 123 respectively for the 2,500. That field will continue to rise with eliminations and re-entries and late regs and this weird concept that people have of sniping into the tournament. That's what they like to call it. I like to call it dead money, free money, sucker bets. People looking to just get lucky. Not over here. Not over here at Thunderclap Poker. We start at the beginning. We swoop up all the fish. We build a big stack. And then the rest you get to see. You get to watch the big calls, the big folds, the big pots. It's all coming to you live from Corona, California. We are live. We got a couple new additions to the ticker. Happy to say. Made a final table of the Boski recently. Some terrible, terrible luck at that final table. Just horrid. If you want to see it, watch it. Just some horrible, horrible, horrible. I guess I could have done the old sit out, but that's not my style. I play to win the fucking tournament, you know. And I do get disappointed at sometimes the turn of events, but that's poker. I've won lots of tournaments. I've sucked out. I've trapped. I've trapped people with aces and crushed dreams at final tables, so I guess it's only fair that I share. I share in that pain. But today's a new day. Today is a new day. Pardon me. It's still early. Gotta clear the cobwebs. This morning, this morning's wake up brought to you by Blem, the Unruly. What a name for a marijuana company. Blem. Bro, what should we call our company, dog? I don't know. What rhymes with phlegm? A blem! Fucking stupid. Like, I just don't get it. How some of these fucking idiots that come up with the names of these companies make it. And who the fuck didn't stop this guy? Bro, that kind of sounds like phlegm. Oh, you're right. Well, who knows? It was probably like his fucking favorite childhood dog or something. And he's like, I'm gonna one day call my company Blem. Who the fuck knows? We're rambling. It's early. Trying to get some of the nervous energy out, you know. Love the structure on these tournaments, on these Big Ten tournaments. Slow, you know, very slow. 12-minute blinds. All right. Qualified for day 2 of the big mystery bounty. Huge. That one was a rough one too. If you want to watch that one, we were chip leader down to nothing. Literally down to nothing. I think we just like tripled up like 3 times in a row or something. It was crazy. Then we won a huge hand and just kind of coasted into the. Was trying to get that 100 big blind goal of last of the dimes entry. We had 100 big blinds going into the day 2 of the dime, but only 30 big blinds this time. That's a decent stack. Couple doubles, then we're right back to where we want to be. We're gonna mix it up here with the 2.3. .3 seems to be the scary bet at this table, so we'll keep that in mind. A lot of respect on the 2.3 raise there. It's Saturday. We're gonna have a lot of rec players, so they're excited to play. They want to play. 1 second, sorry. They're excited to get in and toss some chips around. we're gonna be patient here. We're gonna look for our spots. We're gonna pick our spots. We want to try and catch that fish. You know what I mean? We want to catch them. He calls here. Like I said, we're gonna pretty much give up on the hand. Maybe stick a little check raise in him. We know this guy's full of shit. Yeah, see, we're right. He's gonna call us light. He's gonna call us light, so we're gonna remember that, and we're gonna save it for next time. We're definitely gonna bust Cyrus for sure at some point. I just feel it already. I think Do a little drifting away into space here with some lo-fi beats. Copyright free Twitch. Might hear a little bit of double audio here for a second. I just want to check something.
What's got you crying? Ask him why he's crying.
Hey, what's got you crying?
Don't listen to that. Bro, what should we call our company, dog? I don't know. What rhymes with phlegm? Oh. Alright, we're sounding good. Everything's sounding good. Right now we're looking for, obviously we're always looking for premium starting hands, but we're looking for premium drawing hands. We're deep, you know, kind of formulate, build some pots with some draws, hit them, take a big pot. Always gonna open. We're always gonna 3-bet him. We have the ace of diamonds, so we're just gonna bet a little bit more this time. And we get the money back that he got from us last time. So we're even now. And they take the fish from our table. That sucks. Don't recognize any names at the table? Really? Premium drawing hands. This flop like that would have just got us in trouble. We're gonna set mine here, hopefully smash a 4. Nope. Not this time. Not this time. Nice little squeeze right there. Nice little squeeze play. This is one of those, it may not look like it, but this could be one of those premium drawing hands that I was talking about. This guy looks like he wants to 3-bet us, but he doesn't. King is in our range. We're gonna make a small continuation bet here. And we're gonna take it down. 2 easy pots in a row. That's the kind of poker we're looking to play today. Just picking the spots. Picking the spots and making the right bets. Okay, so this guy's opening early. He's got a high VPIP. And he's doing triple. Let's get a read on this guy. I feel like Homeboy's got a queen on the bottom. Yeah. And then he's just gonna call. So he's just opening pretty wide. Ace Geek is playing conservative. He's playing deep stack poker. The ducks here, we're gonna go ahead and try and set mine this. Get in as cheap as we possibly can. Shaman. Okay, well now Mr. Tight has fucking entered the pot. Let's just smash a 2 right here, you know what I mean? Oh, so close. So close. We're gonna defend here with the King 5 suited. We're definitely gonna call to see a 2. Oh! And it comes out, the flush gets there. Not a good flop for our hand. Right here, we're gonna go ahead and take a stab. And we're gonna take down a nice pot with the deuces, with the ducks, with the mallards. Let's go. We'll defend here with the 10-7 against this loose guy. We smashed the flop. gotta check. The ace comes out. We don't want to lose our customer. This is a decent drawing hand. Go ahead and see a flop here. Try and see a cheap flop here. We get the min raise from Ace Geek. Okay. We smashed the flop. It's a scary flop. A quick call. He's not that aggressive, so I think here we have to bet like all right, if he has a better hand, then good for him. And we river the full boater for the big double. Let's go, guys. Starting it off early. He's gonna jam us. We knew it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Fuck, this is one of those spots, guys. Are we racing? I think where's the coin? We need a coin. Someone give us a coin. Let's see, wherever the nerds lands, heads or tails? They landed tails, so it's a no. And we make a huge laydown. He had the jacks. We're definitely sitting the 3-bet in here this time. So far playing good, making good decisions. That pocket fives was a tough spot, dude. Here we go, one of those premium drawing hands I was talking about. Early position. This isn't the spot, this isn't the hand. I'm just gonna lay that one down. Oh, yeah. Got a decent draw here. That check is weird. That tank and then a check. Tank and then a check. Interesting. Just a bad run out for our hand. We're gonna check it down here. Proto Baggins willing to get it all in with ace queen offsuit early. Definitely taking a note there. This guy wants to 3-bet me light again. This time we're not. This time we're pushing him. He wants to keep 3-betting us. Yeah, keep trying that. Keep trying that. Tell me how it works. All right, filling up a couple more turnies now. What do we got here? The $6.60 PKO Turbo, 1,000 guaranteed 6 max. And then we got the $1.65 PKO Turbo, 400 guaranteed. Yeah, Ace Geek is not messing around. He's been showing some good hands. Ace Geek's been showing some good hands. Little King 6 suited. We'll take a little raise. Stick a little raise in. Almost as if it was like a 3-bet. We just get the worst flop ever. We got Maradona. Limp raise in. We're just gonna see a flop with this hand. Five, 6 suited. Early position. We get 3-bet by Ace Geek. We know that he plays big hands, so we can kind of polarize his range a little bit. I think we take a flop here. And we're just gonna put him in. Club. We don't get there. It's alright. You know, you're gonna lose those ones sometimes. It's okay. We had a good shot at fucking adding a bounty and a fucking more chips to our stack. I mean, couldn't ask for a better flop with that hand. Got the Cowboys and the 165. We get a 2.5 open. We're gonna make it 12. Ugh, just a horrid flop. Just a horrid flop. Just the absolute worst flop ever. We're going to defend here with the 9-8. We don't get a good flop. We'll bet the 4 on 4. We get a decent flop. We're going to raise here again. Make it 12. We're going to check here. We're just going to fold here. I mean, I don't think we can go anywhere here. We pick up the straight draw. This guy jams all in. We're not going to call. We're just going to check call here. We hit the straight. And we're just going to check call here again. And we win a nice pot. And the bounty. And the bounty. Let's go. Starting off the 660 PKO the right way. Let's go. We got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We're just going to go ahead and call here. We're just going to call and see a cheap flop. Okay, a little pot sweetener. Yeah, we're not afraid. Sorry. I had to clear the pipes. I hate when they get all like, these lo-fis get all like trying to put your kid to sleep or something. We'll just try and see a cheap flop here with a Jack 10. We miss. We can defend here with the Queen Jack. We're gonna go ahead and stick a bet in here. Okay. And if he's got the 5, then good for him. Well, we're gonna pay you off because that jack, bro. Yep. The jack made us pay him off. Good bet. We're gonna do the old check raise here. If he doesn't want to bet on that, then we will. Three bet works. We get check raised here. We're gonna call and see a turn card here. The 7 comes out. I think we can put him to the test here. And we take down a nice pot. There we go. And we're into the first break. Looking good. Looking good, guys. Everything's going according to plan right now. And we're back. The chisel got us some mizzle. Now we got some fruity pibbles. We're right where we need to be. We got pebbles. We got a big stack in the 250. I think we can come along and see a big flop here. We're almost there. We can definitely peel here. Can we squeeze here is the question. I think it's just a peel spot. We want to hit that flop. Oh! We turn the nuts, guys. We turn the nuts. We're not letting any free cards come out. We got him. We got him. Trapped, hook, line, and sinker. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Got him, we did. The Nutter Butters locked it up. And the bounty. All right. Tough spot right there. I mean, he's playing half the hands. I can't put him on a big pair there. Tough hand, tough spot. I just really can't. I really can't put him on a big pair there. I can't. Monotone board in position. We're gonna go ahead and bet this. Tough hand over there in the 660 PKO. Good for Zahood. We're getting the odds. We flop the open-ended straight flush draw. He calls. We turn the flush. It's a rare spot where you can fold Jack 10 suited pre-flop, not facing an all-in. One of the rare few times right there. The Ducks. Pretty much standard plays here. We're just gonna call him here. He's willing to get it in. I don't like it. We're just gonna call him here. All right, 660 was short-lived. We did win a bounty in that one early, so it wasn't all bad. We're gonna call him instantly. We just need a king or a queen, guys. Don't get there. But we'll take that race all day. Okay. He doesn't beat any bluffs there. He calls with the fucking Jack 10. He's gonna pay us off later. We gotta fade a lot. Yes, we do. We win a huge fucking pot. Let's go, guys. And the bounty. He thought we were full of shit. He was wrong.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Okay. So we're all full of shit.
Ugh.
Here, I'm gonna take a rip. Will you take the second rip?
Yeah. We had to fade so many cards to win with those aces, and we did it. We fucking did it. Fade so many cards. Fuck, there were so many cards that could have won it for him. He had straights, flushes, two pairs, trips. Nearly half the fucking deck. He went from being a huge underdog to fucking almost a fucking the favorite on that turn card. It was crazy. I think we can go ahead and stick this guy all in. Over here we can see a cheap flop. Over here we can set mine. We get a little piece. Not a lot. Just a little piece. We don't like it. I guess we'll let him get away with that one. Really wanted to squeeze him back. I felt like he was just squeezing there. Keep our eye on him. He's pretty much pot committed, I think. He folded. Wow. He stuck in the 3-bet and then just snap folded almost. Didn't even tank that long. Tanked for like 5 seconds. We can defend here with the ace-4. We hit a favorable flop. We whiffed. Oh, we beat King Queen. We don't beat a lot of hands with Ace Jack. We're going to defend here with the 4-3. We do have the diamond in our hand and a pair. If he's repping king, ace or king, he most likely does not have a diamond in his hand. So we're going to continue. We pick up a straight draw. This might be a spot for a check raise. We miss everything. We might still have the best hand. We do have the best hand. Let's go. Yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna put this guy in. Let's go. Big hand and the bounty. We're getting those bounties today. We're gonna go ahead and stick a 3-bet in here with the deuces. We get check raised over here by a really tight guy. We're just gonna go ahead and flat here. And we're gonna go ahead and bet half the pot. Ace Queen's a really good hand. We're just gonna go ahead and put people to the test here. We certainly can't fold Ace King here, unfortunately. He's got aces. Just very bad luck for us. There's just like, I can't see how we don't lose all our money there. No matter how we play it. We raise him, he re-raises us again, we have to call. Wow. what an unfortunate hand at an unfortunate time. Oh, maybe we'll have to review it. We'll have to review it. We definitely got to review it for sure. I mean, are we playing to fold a king right there? Like, small 3-bet, and then we get jammed and we can get away from it, maybe? Maybe that's the way we get rid of that hand? Small 3-bet, out of position with ace-king suited against a tight, aggressive, well, tight passive, I guess. I don't know. It's a tough hand. Tough spot. Awesome. Ace 4 versus 10s. He wins it. Why? Of course he does. That one was hard to swallow. Fuck. Tough spot right there. All right, we're at break. That was a rough hour. It was up and down. Oh, some tough spots. Rachel! 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 Please come out here. Can you see what's going on at the door here? Well, someone just rang the doorbell. Gotta win the races. Just gotta win them. Can't not win them. We can peel one here. We hit a 5. I think that's good enough to let us go the whole way. We had fold equity on that hand, and we win a pot that basically almost doubles us up. So we like that. Lucy McLoosersons with the fucking raise. We're gonna go ahead and pile it in here with the ace-5. We missed completely. We flopped the wheel. Let's go. We're back in business. This guy wants to do a small 3-bet. We're going to come back over the top. We're folding that one. Even to $1. We're going to go ahead and check this one. Like we're setting a trap. It's a low, shitty flop. We got a king to back us. We're not going anywhere with that. We hit the diamond. We're going to go ahead and put him to the test here. Diamond. Crack the aces. Four, 7 gets, oh shit. He checks again. We're just gonna go for thin value here. We hit the flop here. We want to get something. We got the bounty. Let's go. Pocket 9s against a small blind. We're gonna go ahead and jam here. Open there. We got the fold. We'll take it down. We were down to 8 big blinds over there. We're gonna go ahead and check this. Jack 9 gets there. We need to get some value now. No more free cards. Four of clubs is a nice blank. Our hand should be good here. We want thin value. We're gonna go ahead and pot this. We're going for the gusto here. We're running hot. Or not. Or not. I mean, we did what we had to. We did what we had to. We're trying to win. We're trying to win tournaments here. And this is the stage where we gotta gamble. So it's these early stages that are rough, man. You gotta gamble in the early stages so that you can play late stage tournament poker at the end with a decent stack. That's the objective. That is the objective, to build a stack. We're gonna defend here. Decent flop for our hand. We're gonna put him all in. He's probably got king, queen, but we're in one of those spots again. We're gonna set mine here. He comes over the top. Our queen jack is no good anymore. We hit the set here. It's a terrible turn card. We might as well. He's got the 9. He's got king 9. Holy fucking shit. And there's no way I lose. Whatever I bet, he's gonna call. He's one of those guys. We're just gonna jam it here. Take away some outs. And we still don't get there. Come on. We're jamming here. He's probably got aces. We're losing some huge getting some brutal beats here, guys. We're taking some brutal beats. The king 9 hand. We're just like, there's in what universe does he have king 9 in that spot? It's all right. We just gotta stay calm. You know, we're gonna win some. We're gonna lose some. Ugh. Come on, run some diamonds out. Bummer. Okay. I'll take the one blind. Do you know where my neck thing is? The neck roll thing? And just like that, we're out.
No, Farmers Branch, Texas was hosting I guess this is a town hall meeting of
City
sorts?
council meeting.
City council meeting?
I read that's what it was. I don't
What's
know
the
for
difference?
Sure.
Does anybody know?
I mean,
Is there a difference?
don't ask me about how American
I've never been.
government
Yeah, I mean,
works.
I would assume a town hall meeting is just going to discuss, like,
It's like my
certain
HOA
topics,
meetings that I never go
or
to.
like a city council meeting is literally like, there's going to be a vote. After,
Yeah,
for,
I
for some sort of measure.
The city attorney will be at the town. I mean, at the city council meeting.
Okay,
And
not the town hall though.
I think so. Yes.
Right. From my understanding, city councilors, they have 5 specific. In this case, I think it was 5 specific people who vote on a specific thing that they're going to either do or not do.
Right.
And town hall is like we're just going to discuss a bunch of stuff.
Right.
You know?
Wow. Could you imagine anything more unbearable than a town hall meeting?
I'm going to one after
I mean,
the pod.
maybe a town hall meeting with Doug Polk. Like that might be
Right.
worse than average. You know.
Actually, for entertainment's sake, I will say.
I mean, this was pretty entertaining.
This was pretty good, but they were only allotted 3 minutes each, and then they were out. And,
Imagine if they weren't.
And their time speaking was directed to the board mostly to sway votes, right?
Right.
Now I've seen some clips of town hall meetings in my day. They get a little bit more ruckus to them, you know, a little more
they get pretty
unhinged.
spicy.
Yeah, imagine just a debate forum where Karen from fucking middle of nowhere Texas clutching her pearls and Douglas K. Polk, the supreme leader, putting her in her logical place as she argues that gambling is for the devils and he's going to ruin her city.
Yeah, what's that quote? I can't remember who it's from, but the quote is the best argument against democracy is a conversation with the average voter. You know, like this kind of
great.
meeting is like a great example of that. Like you see the people that come out of these meetings and you're like, wow, these are the people that vote in this country. Okay?
Right. Yeah, I would love to just see, like, you know, gloves off, no time allotment. They're just allowed to shout at one another. Just like, let's really get in the weeds here.
There's been a couple where there's been like actual physical fights, haven't there? Like I'm sure there's been a few that descended into
I'm sure of it. I mean, this wasn't a town hall, but the one that recently comes to mind is when that guy was getting arraigned and he just fucking, as the judge was saying guilty, he just charged her.
I saw that. Right.
That was fucking wild, man.
I mean, this one stayed relatively calm. Just talking about poker. It wasn't like, you know, abortion or something more heated.
Yeah, but that picture of the old lady like yelling at Doug is like
it's incredible.
Fantastic. What a great piece of photography.
Yeah, listen, I watched the whole thing. I mean, I went to bed at 10 o'clock last night. I was very tired. I was like, I'm gonna pack it in for the night. You know, I'm gonna go to bed early. I'm gonna wake up early. I'm gonna get after the things and do all this stuff. And then someone sent me the link, and I was like, I mean, this isn't gonna be worth watching. But you know, for the sake of the pod, I'm gonna do a little research. I'll spend 10 minutes on this. No, an hour and 20 minutes later, I'm listening to Karen number 6 fucking demonize everything. Doug was the one who was afforded the ability to speak first. He gave a nice 3-minute long speech.
And we stand together.
Now, outside of Doug was the one who was afforded the ability to speak first. He gave a nice 3-minute long speech. We have like a 40-second clip that I think was probably the most impactful part of it.
I guess I want to just say here about this attack on poker players in general, like they're bad people. I'll tell you what, some of the best people I've met in my life are poker players. You know, I started my career... I started my career with $10 and I turned it into millions of dollars by becoming one of the best in the world. And poker gave me that opportunity. And I'm tired of people attacking poker players like they're some kind of lowlifes. They're good people, and we stand together.
Now, outside of whether or not I agree with the strategy he employed, I thought that this was a nice side of Doug to see where, you know, he was a little bit more human. This wasn't the breaking news version that was unleashing a scandal on all of us.
It'd be funny if the rebuttal was just one of his videos. You could choose any one.
What do you mean?
And one of his videos are like, this is the guy that just said that.
Using the fake cry?
I mean, you know, it is what it. I actually think like what he's trying to attempt here is a big deal and a notable pursuit. You know, I know that there's a coordinated effort between himself, Roy Choi, who was also mentioned in the meeting, Isaac at Champions, as well as some other like owners who are good faith and on the up and up, and they're really trying to expand poker in a very safe and legal way. Now, of course, all of this comes at the benefit of their business, and I don't think that that really even needs to be stated because it should be understood. But what I find to be interesting was the strategy that was employed in I guess like, you know, petitioning to this group. I don't think the teary-eyed I turned $10 into millions is really the appeal to emotion that you're kind of going for here. And it was an ongoing theme throughout the course of the meeting where everybody that was like pro poker was trying to change the minds of everyone in that room of what poker players are and what the industry of poker is. So they were trying to undo decades of corruption, seediness, backroom type of games, all in a matter of minutes, and basically say like, look, we're on the up and up. We're very comparable to chess. This is a mind sport. You should be thrilled to have us in this room. And I think that that's the wrong approach, especially in a conservative, red Christian community like Farmers Branch, where it's abundantly clear, and we'll hear this, now from a few of the women who spoke. They don't care what you do in your own personal life, and that's pretty reasonable.
The only thing abundantly clear to me in these videos is that they weren't dropping those signs that said no card room. They
true.
were not coming down.
Yeah, that's
Clutching
fact.
those signs.
That's fact. So let's hear from the first woman who spoke. I don't know her name.
I was thinking about, I did speak at the planning and zoning meeting. I said, this is moving too fast. Dallas is not a conservative city. Farmers Branch is. Dallas is in litigation. Been in litigation with this issue for quite some time. Why don't we think about it, study it, before we get into litigation? Litigation is not cheap. The city is familiar with litigation. You've had it in the past. Every city has, but you try to avoid it. Sir, that's why we hire you as a city attorney, to give the advice. We don't want to make assumptions because we know what assume means. It's important. So why don't we wait to see what happens in the litigation involving Dallas' already existing facilities versus rushing in?
Now, it's tough to actually hear her point because she's clutching her pearls so fucking tight that it actually restricts, her airway quite a bit. But I think that there's like some validity in the point that she's making, in the sense that basically what she was referring to is Dallas, or parts of Dallas, I guess, have passed. So the way this all works is very convoluted. This meeting was actually just to speak about or vote on whether or not they could actually rezone for the card room business. Had nothing to do with the actual legality of it all. So they went out of their way to speak of like, okay, well, if this zoning even passes, then there's going to be another hurdle of whether or not there are any legal issues attributed to it. But I think that like Doug and everybody who's coordinating these efforts are pretty confident on the legality of it all. It's the zoning aspects of it. So, she basically speaks to the fact that like, since TCH has entered the market in Dallas, which apparently is actually quite close to Farmers Branch. I guess it's just like the county over.
And there's two of them there.
Two TCHs?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay, so the other one must be in North Dallas, I would assume?
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, I'm not positive either. But anyway, there's a TCH, I believe, that's very close to Farmers Branch. And I think she mentioned that, where she was basically saying, like, we'll just go there kind of thing. But the big thing that she was trying to get to is that once things are set into motion, they're very hard to undo. And apparently Dallas has been in litigation for years trying to undo the precedents they set by allowing TCH to enter the market. I would imagine that a lot of why they're trying to get it undone now is pressure from the lobbyist at Choctaw. Also, they're more conservative residents that are not pro-gambling, I would imagine, are pushing a lot of heat their way as well. But it's fascinating to me in 2024. I think we forget, like, I don't speak to women like this. No, sorry, that came out wrong. that implies that that implies that like she's a bad person. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't come in contact with very many people who think this way.
Right.
My life is centered around the gambling industry.
Live in Las Vegas.
Right.
Like,
I mean, casinos mostly. I hang around poker players. We live in Las Vegas. You don't really come in contact with people. And I'm sure that when we were growing up, matter of fact, I'm positive when we were growing up, there were a lot of people that surrounded us who had that sort of attitude. Because I remember, even when we would fuck around in high school and play home games, how terrified I was of gambling debts. It was like, a lot of the stuff that gets stuffed down your throat as a kid, like, oh, if you smoke pot, that's a gateway drug. You'll be doing crack in no time. It's kind of the same thing. Like, oh, if you gamble for pennies, then the first thing you're gonna do is start running up sports bet. And I knew kids that were like Bina and Steele and all those guys. They were running up these sports bet debts in the hundreds of dollars, and it was like, these guys are gonna get their fucking kneecaps broken. That shit's real, right? So like that fear was instilled in me, very likely by a lot of conservative religious.
Shout out to Bina and Steele, by the way.
Right, yeah.
A few more nicknames out there for the the crew.
Yeah, you got to get them out there. But like, it was a terrifying thing, and it's eye-opening to me, at least, as an outsider looking in, to experience people who have just carried these. I don't want to say virtues because I disagree with them, and then that would be a disallow. But have carried this philosophy forward throughout their entire life. There's Caitlin put a tweet out, and honestly, I think that this summarized the whole thing. She said something to the effect of like, we're all rooting for you or whatever, but this woman ate. And it's just like 15 seconds of this lady just letting him have it.
If all of y'all gone into one of the houses, have you gone over there? Have you looked at it? Have you spent your time there? Did you take your wife with you? Would you invite your pastor to go with you? Would you invite your church members to go with you to go over there? And would you ask them to go frequent that place? If all of y'all gone into one of the houses, have you?
Oh, it's unreal.
And I think Wampo made a pretty good point off air. I think this is where we can kind of get into the discussion of the strategy of it all. But like, she's talking about this like it's a crack den, and Guapo was kind of mentioning like, have they been in a bar? Like, are you taking your pastor to a bar? There's plenty of fucking. I'm confident. Without googling Conrad, you can do your CSA, but like, I'm confident there are bars in Farmers Branch.
Yeah. And I also said I'm sure there's places where you can buy guns and ammunition and things of this sort.
Well, that's totally different conversation.
That's part of the religion.
It goes back to my original argument. What I was saying in pre-production that, and again, I guess you guys can. Everybody has different opinions. That Doug should have kind of preemptively should have stricken that if they're going to argue against this, to not use it as a moral integrity thing, to not do it based off of crime or that poker players are these seedy bad people. Instead, do it with like stats, like back it up with some type of information. Because if you're really worried about the moral integrity of your community, you'd be going week after week after bars, after places that, like I said, where you can buy guns or anything that you consider seedy. But I don't know. That was just,
I mean, guns are in the amendments. So,
they definitely don't think guns are seedy.
Right. I don't think that qualifies. But I think your point is relatively valid with alcohol, specifically with bars. I think that the issue is that like all of this is framed around social norms, right? And for hundreds of years, drinking has been socially acceptable. Gambling has always been an underground, seedy type of thing. What were you going to say, Conrad? I know I cut you off.
No, go on.
So I hear what you're saying, and I think that the issue is like, first of all, we should make something abundantly clear. Like Doug and everybody else who's organizing out in Texas, they're trying their damnedest. We were in touch with Sam, who'd previously been one of the early founders of TCH. He then opened his own card club, and he was trying to get into Dallas as well. I think he's now transitioned into helping them litigate all of this, and I'm sure he knows a lot of what's going on. It's a massive uphill battle. I don't know that there was going to be like, this is to me, that meeting yesterday was like kind of for show, in the sense of, okay, well, we're going to keep trying this, and we're going to keep trying to rally the troops and generate support, right? Like, there were a lot of people there that were behind Doug that showed up to say, like, this isn't what you guys are implying it to be. The house doesn't always win. Like, it's mono a mono type of sport. It's not roulette.
He got 20% of the vote. Got one person.
That's true.
Got one person.
That's true.
I mean, he starts with one.
Right.
Every city council has one person in the game. We all know this.
True. That's true. I mean, that's probably true. But my greater point is that, like, for discussion purposes here, we'll pick apart the strategy because it's fun, and that's the way our brains work, and we enjoy talking strat and stuff like that. But the practicality of this all is, I don't think anything was going to sway these people. right? Like, it's just an uphill battle. Like, no matter what happens, Doug's probably not winning here.
Sorry. You're trying to unravel years and years and years of bias opinions toward poker, and honestly, they don't see too much fucking good shit happening in the news when they see Houston
It's
poker
ingrained
stuff.
in them that gambling brings crime and drugs and prostitution, and poker is a form of gambling, and it's all lumped in together. So it's just like, before you know it, it's just like you just got hookers all over the street and people doing heroin on the sidewalk, and our beautiful town is now just completely destroyed because Doug wanted to bring this card room here.
I also think
that's how they think.
You kind of fight against, in a setting like that as well, there's a real social element to it, where all these people who are anti the card room, they are all there because they have this value system that, whether or not they actually follow what they say they follow is another thing, but like they have a value system that being there and agreeing with all these other people, if we don't want a card room, is reinforcing that.
Yes.
So what you need to do is convince them that it's okay according to their system of values for them to vote in favor of a card room.
Precisely.
Because what they're feeling is, if I vote for a card room, I'm a bad Christian.
Yeah.
I'm not a good person if I vote for this. And everyone in that room is feeling that, or everyone who believes in that value system is feeling that. And if you go against that and you say, well, this is what we want, but they still feel like their value system is telling them you can't vote against this, you're never going to get anywhere. Because as long as they feel like their value system doesn't allow them to vote for it, there's no progress you can ever make. So you have to argue according to their values, and you have to say, look, if you actually believe in freedom, shouldn't you want people to be able to do the things that they want to do for fun? Like, shouldn't you want this to happen?
I don't think you can approach them like that, because like you can't fight fire with fire. Kind of, you have to like appeal to them. Berkey was saying earlier, it was just like,
well, Hunt is saying that he's correct. I think the example he just gave is maybe a little off the mark.
I mean, maybe not. Like the freedom thing is like a different issue.
Well, because their response to that will just be like, yes, you're free to do as you please, just not in my town.
Yeah.
Right. So
that just sounds like hypocrisy to me. But
it is, and that's what Guapo's
sounds like it. It just
and that's what Guapo's saying also. But the issue is the reason why these aren't very compelling arguments is exactly what you just spoke to, because they're very united in their stance, right? They're very united in all of the downside to this thing that has been demonized by their belief system. And I think that when you try to either point out the flaws in their belief system or the contradictions or the errors of their way, all you're going to be met with is resistance. And at the end of the day, you're trying to win votes, right? You're not trying to win a logic debate.
So instead, just try to tell them how they can line their pockets.
Exactly. You need to find the thing that is greater than the system itself. What is the number one thing that will incentivize them to deviate from their system, to contradict their system time and time and time again? And
lining the city attorney's pockets with money.
Yeah. Present to them how this card room or bringing poker here can bring value to the community.
Yeah. I mean, truthfully, like, this is a crazy idea. But the way that this gets passed is if they can find a way to have the church and the card room unite.
Yeah, it needs to be the Christian case for gambling.
Right.
I mean, they got bingo.
Catholics do it all the time.
Why
They
God
got a
says
lot of
gambling
bingo.
is okay.
Right.
That's what I mean. Like, if it turned into a nonprofit that was helping to funnel money into the church and expand the community from within.
Yeah.
And then, they just found ways, like, nonprofits pay salaries to
Honestly,
people. So
I think the way to do this is he doesn't set up a card room. He just sets up a church. And then sets up a poker game inside the church.
There you go, yeah.
Completely agree.
And the even better thing is he doesn't have to pay taxes if he sets up a church.
Exactly.
God forbid we tax the church.
Now we're on to something. Actually, we should go down and do that.
Let's get it poppin' ministries.
Card rooms in churches.
Now I imagine
Church of Matt Berkey of Latter-day Saints.
I imagine that this isn't just viable to do. I'm sure that they have ordinances against this.
I don't know, man.
Biggest issue is if somebody went to this poker parlor and came out penniless and goes home, then into his wife and children, penniless, then whose fault is it? It's his fault, and it's our fault for being accomplices to his demise. So we don't want to shoulder that responsibility. Mr. Doug Polk, although you're a very nice man, you can pack your bags and go home.
I just don't think you're swaying that woman's opinion
Pack
ever.
your bags and go.
She's like Padma on Top Chef. Like when you lose, she's like, pack your knives and go.
If she only knew about the truth of whether or not Doug is a very nice man. She only knew.
Yeah, the memes have been flying for sure since yesterday's town hall. Waxman quote tweeted Doug's speech, and he said something to the effect of, I don't even want to read it because I know it's just like such a sarcastic tone. It just looks like I'm the one being petty. Like, I'm actually rooting for Doug in this instance.
Yeah.
But basically he goes, check it out, guys. Our hero Doug Polk's defending our honor. He's definitely not trying to appeal to the government to allow him to line his own pockets and make even more money. Thanks, Doug. Go get him.
You know what occurs to me is I think that if you're Doug, you need to not be the face of what you're trying to do. I think Doug needs to get somebody
Spokesman?
somebody who
Yeah.
would be more relatable to the people he's talking to. Like, get Joe, the recreational player, who is a guy who would play at your poker room in Farmers Branch if it existed.
Right.
Get the pastor.
Yeah.
Right. No,
Get
someone's
the
like, I
pastor
go
on
to church
board.
every day. I go to church every Sunday, but I also play poker.
Don't be the 35-year-old young guy from outside of town coming in to lecture these people about why they need
They
a
don't
poker
like
room.
outsiders.
Get a local guy
Yeah.
to be your avatar in this conversation.
I agree that he's not going to sway anybody, but he at least is an authority in the space. I think, like, ultimately, if you really want to win over votes, this is like no other, or this is very similar to any other political campaign, right? You need you need a face that appeals to the people that you're trying to sway, like you said, but it's not just like some random Joe. It's
somebody
whoever they look up to.
Get somebody
right. It's Jordan Peterson.
Get somebody in their 50s. Get a poker player over the age of 50.
But that doesn't matter because he's still just a stranger to them. You need somebody with clout.
Somebody
right?
in
like
the community that, like,
a local business owner. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody. Right.
Hello, everybody. It's been a little bit since we chatted. Actually, the last time I did a video, we discussed my year-end results and some.
One player that we certainly don't think is going to back down at all, Masashi Oya. I think he's just going to be out there firing away with this chip lead. Really put the pressure on his opponents. Here he's coming in with a raise from the cutoff seat. Earlier in this hand, you saw Isaac Haxton fold under the gun ace-8 off, where if Haxton has the chip stack that Masashi does, maybe Haxton comes in with a raise there, right? But here, you know, Haxton's going to take the conservative approach. Bonomo electing to call King 7 of hearts out of the small blind. Now it's on Daniel. No need to get too crazy for Negreanu. Comes along as well.
Three-way action here to the flop, both blinds involved.
We are at this final table. I start with about 32 big blinds-ish, which I start the hand, doing okay. Obviously, I'm not one of the big stacks, but doing okay. You know, at a final table, anytime you're above 20, you know, you're doing okay. So this hand comes up with 20 and 40,000 blinds and a 40,000 big blind ante. Masashi Oya raises from the cutoff to 90,000. Let's talk about Oya. Oya is, I believe at this point, the chip leader. He is, big time chip leader with like 4 million in chips. So he's going to be opening relatively, wide. He opens wide anyway, so on a big stack, just, you know, wide on steroids. Now we have a call from Justin Gihadamo in the small blind. And he calls the raise with the King 7 of hearts. And I'm in the big blind with the ace 6 of clubs. Here's where things get interesting. Now, I mentioned my stack size was about 32 bigs, so that's a little bit too much to jam, right? You're going to face some traps from the small blind. You know, Masashi's gonna call a lot. Like, he's not the type of guy that is probably the ideal candidate for squeezes. generally speaking, based on my past history with him and understanding of how his approach to the game is. Like, I don't think I'm getting him to fold 2-8s, for example, which is important. If you have ace 6 of clubs and you want to squeeze, you want to do so knowing that you can get 8s out, right? I don't think he's folding 8s. So then the question would be, what would the size look like? And jams too much, so it would have to be kind of a smaller raise, not committing myself, if you will. I elect with the ace 6 of clubs to not squeeze here. I just said, okay, let's just take a flop. And, you're going to mix with that. Ace 6 is the worst suited ace you can have. You wonder why. Like, well, why is ace 5 better? Because you can make a straight. Ace deuce 2, 3, 4, 5. But ace 6, it's the lowest kicker that you don't have 40% of a straight with. All right. So I just decided to call.
Wow, look at that. Ace, king, 4, top pair, and the nut flush draw for Negreanu. Oh, yeah. The same top pair, same kicker, but does not have the flush draw.
Also an interesting spot for Bonomo. Second pair against a very aggressive chip leader in late position. And Negreanu can really have a pretty wide range there from the big blind. So Bonomo's got second pair with the backdoor nut flush draw.
And of course, nothing strange about Oya continuing here. Playing against 2 players in the blinds, his ace 6 is going to be good quite a good amount of the time. Like you said, Donnie, can't fault Bonomo either here for tagging along. Interesting spot here now for Negreanu. Just comes with the call.
The flop is ding, 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 gin. Okay? Ace of hearts, king of clubs, 4 of clubs. So we have top pair and the nut flush draw. We have it all, right? Obviously, we're behind any other ace that's bigger. Ace king can still be there from Masashi. You're looking at the range for Bonomo, and realistically, you'd think the best he can have for the most part is like ace 4, king 4 suited, and we're going to get to that in a minute. But overall, incredibly good flop. Jihadamo checks, I check, and Masashi, he goes ahead and bets 125. So relatively small bet, about quarter pot-ish, whatever, or no, about third pot, whatever. And now you have Jihadamo calling from the small blind, and it's up to us. So this is a spot where, you're not folding, right? The question is, do you want to raise now, right? Get it in, raise, deny equity against what? There's not many threats out here. If you're behind, you need to hit. So if Masashi has ace king or something like that, then I just have a flush draw. That's it. That's the only way I can win the pot. So do I want to play for stacks with a hand where if I do play, I'm going to be behind? The answer is no, right? So there's not a lot of concern about keeping Jihadamo's range in from the small blind. And again, we could be behind Masashi. So I think here, frankly, the best play by far is to just call. If I only had like 8 big blinds or something like that, sure, just dump it, get it in. But, I still have a manageable stack. Have to protect my overcalling range here too, and have some strong hands in it. So this hand is a great candidate to just call on the flop. And a lot of you guys, when you watch poker, you think like, oh, Daniel, if you would have raised in the flop, I wouldn't hit the 3 kings on the third. Yeah, but this doesn't mean it's right. You're just being too results oriented.
How do you feel about this, Donnie?
I don't mind it. I mean, it's kind of a tricky spot. Yeah, of course you have. Oh wow.
Wow. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, turn up the volume. We might see some fireworks here as Bonomo rips off a 3rd king. Both Negreanu and Oya with an ace. Negreanu not drawing dead. He still has the nut flush draw. And we could see the action get checked around here as it is now on Oya with ace 6.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how aggressive Oya wants to be, but I would expect him to check here. I mean, his kicker is really nothing.
The turn card is, in fact, the king of spades. Jihadamo checks. There's no point in me ever betting here. I mean, you could make some cases for a very small bet because I can have some king X here. But again, a lot of my king X folds on the flop too when it's bet call in front of me, right? So I don't even have a lot of that. My hand is likely going to be here a flush draw, an ace, maybe a gut shot, backdoor heart, something like that, like 10 jack suited, one of those type of hands, right? So I check, and now Masashi, who also has an ace 6, he smartly checks back, understanding that, that king's not a great card. He can't beat a better ace, and he can't beat any of the kings.
Big river card coming up. It is the deuce of diamonds. Bonomo is going to get the check mark against two players with a pair of aces. Negreanu's hand very much under-repped. He's probably going to think that no one is going to give him credit for a hand this strong. Bonomo, perhaps, might have the others thinking that he's going to steal the pot here. 450 is the bet from Bonomo.
It's a healthy bet here. I think Negreanu might find a fold here. Yeah, that's about half his stack. Oya, on the other hand, I mean, could pay this off here.
I mean, very, very well done from Negreanu. Calls one street, sees a free river card, and just gets away from it that quickly. I'm impressed.
Always hard when you're an aggressive player, when you're a chip leader like Masashi is, to flop top pair and ultimately get away from it. I know, like a lot of times you're just not supposed to have it, and then you have something, and it's like, well, what's going on here? But
I'm still thinking about how quickly Negreanu folded here. And Oya grabbing chips to make the call. And there it is. He tosses them in. Bonomo is going to receive a very big pot and a big smirk on the face of Negreanu.
You saw that? Yeah.
Now the river is the deuce of diamonds. Chihadamo bets 450,000 into 685, so a pretty substantial sizing. Now, yours truly, I look at my cards twice and I fold pretty quickly here. Because when you're assessing the small blind range, there's several things to think about. How much King X does he have in his range? Well, based on a lot of the innovations and kind of advancements with solvers, one of the things that solver outputs showed people was that a lot of the hands that people used to fold are actually defends from the small blind. And those hands, predominantly I'm talking about, are suited kings. King 7, King 8, King 6, King 5, like King 4, all these suited kings now, you're seeing a lot of more players who study defending here. So, with King X being a very big part of his range here, the question is, what else is in his range that's a bluff? Okay, well, the bluffs are Queen Jack, 10 Jack, Jack 10. It's about it, right? Like, he's probably not betting an ace for this size. This doesn't make a lot of sense to bet an ace for this size, unless it's like ace queen and then or ace jack, which he's trying to get value from weaker aces. But even then, we don't beat that, right? All we have is just the ace. So when you look at the bluffs, like what bluffs just flatted parade and now is bombing big? Again, there's some combos, like I think 10 jack off doesn't necessarily play unless it's suited. Same with queen 10, jack queen. He may, in an ICM spot, fold those hands. So then you're left with just the suited ones, okay? And then all the suited ones probably do peel on the flop. That's the thing. So all those combos are there. But the one combo that is just screaming is so much more likely and is King X suited, right? Which is exactly what I thought. On the flop, frankly. When he called on the flop, I thought to myself, this is like King 7, King 8 suited. I didn't say it out loud. It was just a three-way pot, and I wouldn't anyway. But I was pretty confident that that's a... He can also have an ace, no question, for sure. But I felt like King X suited was just by far represented the biggest part of the range. When you couple that in with, like I said, the pre-flop call, what solvers say, the call on the flop, and then the large sizing on the river, right? I also have Masashi behind me, although that's not really a big concern because when he checks back turn, there's really nothing to worry about. He's never going to have us beat, probably. I mean, well, he could have a better ace, but if I call, he's not even going to call with like ace, queen, ace, jack, I don't think. So yeah, I mean, it looks like, I didn't think about it very long because in the moment, I'd already thought about it. I already thought about his range pre-flop when he calls from the small. What does that look like? Then on the flop, when he can still call, what does that look like? And now when he bets big on the river, what does that look like? Okay. So, as I said, the bluffs are sort of the suited Broadway combos that missed. I don't think he's doing a lot of calling with like 7-9 suited, 8-9 suited, stuff like that, potentially. But again, it's not a ton of combos. And overall, I just felt like the mathematical problem being presented to me was pretty clear cut based on the size. Now, if he bets smaller, the question is, what do you do there? Right? If he bets 1/3 pot, now you're getting a much better price. The question is, for 1/3 pot, will there be an equal number of bluffs? So there's a lot of things you got to think about when you play a poker hand, right? With a larger sizing, you can factor in a lot more bluffs, right? But let's say for example, use an extreme example. Let's say somebody bet in that spot the whole pot, full pot, versus 10% of the pot. Well, 10% of the pot's going to get called, right? So for 10% of the pot, there's almost no bluffs. Like, you're not going to do that with Jack 10. You're just wasting chips, right? So when the bet sizes get lower, you also find less bluffs. But then you have the dilemma of you're also getting a better price. So that's what you'd have to factor in. In this case, it was quite easy because for the big size here, I felt, like I said, very strongly that it was a suited king. I was right. I make the fold with the ace-6. Now Masashi, who's last in position, decides to keep him honest, if you will. And I was, as he was thinking, I'm like, yeah, he's going to be paying him off. And again, part of it is, just read 30 years of experience, but part of it, as you heard, was a little bit of understanding what game theory has sort of advanced with, and that's one of the big things. Like, let's say, if this was 2004, I'm not going to put him on King 8, King 7, King 6. People didn't call with those hands. Today, you're seeing a lot more of that, so it made the fold rather elementary.
There's a whole galaxy out there to explore, but which planet do you set down roots on? Build it up is a serious mistake, one you'll end up fixing later on. For that reason, we're going to start out with a whole host of best practices both new and experienced players should be implementing as soon as they've taken to the stars. As you're traveling, make sure to take the time to scan various planets and moons. This will reveal crucial information about the atmosphere, weather conditions, whether or not there's life in the form of flora and fauna, and most importantly, how the resource veins unique to each planet flow. When looking at a scanned planet, you'll be able to see exactly where resource veins will spawn on a planet's surface, denoted by their respective colors. At this point, we all know that Starfield's planets aren't seamless. They're a series of procedurally generated tiles that take on the properties of whatever is within roughly 4 kilometers each direction of where you touch down. If you select a location that only has gold around you, the only resource that will spawn in the ground to harvest is gold. Conversely, if you find a location that has multiple resource types converging in a point or very close to it, then that location will have a diverse range of resources you'll be able to take advantage of with just one outpost. We fully recommend players get a rough outpost down immediately, purely to serve as a place to store your loot, because you should be picking up and squirreling away every single mineral, liquid, gas, and manufactured component you come across. Even raw food ingredients like packets of meat or fresh produce, you'll want to save for the cooking side of things despite them not being listed as crafting materials. That being said, selecting the perfect location will catapult your growth. What do I mean by that? Well, it all begins with resource composition. Starting out and even well into the mid-tier of outpost progression, the most important resources will be aluminum, iron, copper, and titanium. These are core materials used in just about every single item you'll be building, from core structures to tiny decorations. Because of that, you'll want to find a planet that has, at best, all 4 of those minerals, but at the very least, aluminum and iron. These 2 resources are the only 2 things required to produce adaptive frames, easily the most important manufactured component needed to get all your buildings and storage containers up and running. We'll be leaning into some simple manufacturing to generate a steady supply of these, but we'll talk about that a bit later on in the video. All this means is that you won't be at the mercy of RNG when looting or visiting shops, saving you a ton of time and credits. Additionally, as I mentioned before, make sure the planet also has a breathable atmosphere, flora, and fauna, allowing you to reap those rewards down the line as well. Find the right planet, find a location where minerals converge, set a landing point, and you'll be off to the races. Now, with all that being said, before we construct anything, I also want to touch on how we can utilize major cities and planets like New Atlantis on Jemison to get ourselves supplied. You can actually hail various NPC starships in orbit around major populated planets and request to trade with them. Often they'll have an abundance of basic materials, but will also have some of the most elusive resources in the game. Major cities are also home to a good number of shops that should be your go-to location for just about anything else you're missing. Stores like Jemison Mercantile and UC Distribution on New Atlantis have a robust stock of materials that will refresh simply by sitting down and waiting 24 hours in-game. For a couple thousand credits and using your companion as a pack mule, you can walk away with every foundational resource you need for not only construction, but also a solid chunk of your future outpost research needs. One last tip in regards to resources is to farm asteroids. Blowing these up in space with your ship's weapons will yield a varying amount of resources depending on their size. These asteroids can also contain more rare minerals and sometimes even random caches of loot if you're lucky. This is a great way to quickly farm a ton of iron in the early game, short of just buying it, so we thought it was worth pointing out. The last thing I want to talk about that ties back to outpost prep are the skills you're going to need to advance your outpost in both the short and long term. These will live primarily in the science tree, with a few additional skills hanging out in the social tree. A skill you should invest in immediately, no questions asked, is research methods. This skill will not only massively reduce the cost of your research over time, but will also allow you to gain unexpected insights, essentially granting you the passive ability to have sudden developments happening while you're researching something. Every time you engage in research, you'll need to manually input each of the required resources. Whenever you fill one resource in completely, your research can randomly overflow and fill in other resources required to complete that research for free, sometimes even filling in resources you don't currently own. I can't even begin to tell you how valuable that is over time. Geology is another skill staple, allowing you to gain more from minerals you harvest, sometimes even getting other rare minerals in the process. Then comes outpost engineering. This skill is not only required if you want to research more advanced structures, but at max level will cut the cost of everything you build in half, and some of these things are extremely expensive. You'll also want at least rank 1 in both botany and zoology if you're on a planet with oxygen, flora, and fauna as we recommend, because it's required if you want to research and build greenhouses and animal husbandry facilities that generate organic resources. Later on, skills like chemistry, spacesuit design, and weapon engineering open up an entirely new crafting loop that comes with having fully functional outposts. Even planetary habitation enables you to not only build more outposts, but also allows you to build on planets with extreme temperatures. To be honest, the entire science skill tree is stacked. Within the social skill tree, there are 3 big ones. Outpost management will enable you to have more crew and robots per outpost. Gastronomy will allow you to research new food to craft for more potent effects and XP buffs. And finally, commerce will allow you to buy materials you need for cheaper, while also allowing you to sell what you produce later on for significantly more. If you're watching this guide before starting your first Starfield playthrough and outposts are a feature you plan to dive into, keep all of this in mind when choosing your starting background, as some of these can give you a serious leg up right out of the gate, unlocking some core skills that will make the entire process smoother from the start. With all of this initial knowledge under our belt, let's begin by finding a planet with a breathable atmosphere and at least the aluminum and iron resources I mentioned earlier. After that, we'll find a spot where the minerals converge and set a landing zone. Once on the ground, open up your scanner and press the outpost button here. This will bring up an outpost beacon that will generate a large AoE when placed, denoting exactly where you'll be able to build. Additionally, in the top left of your screen, you'll also see what resources are available to be harvested within the radius of that beacon. You'll never find a location that has everything you're looking for, but you can optimize your placement to sometimes get 3 or even 4 of the materials you're looking for if you landed in an area where they all converge. Again, you're looking to get at least aluminum and iron. Once your beacon is placed, this unlocks the ability to now fast travel to your outpost on this planet at any time, from anywhere in the universe. This marks a location on the planet or moon you built on, denoted by this little bunker icon. Additionally, whenever you fast travel to your outpost, you'll spawn directly in front of the beacon, so place it somewhere convenient in relation to your base. That brings us to some more basic controls. Now that we have an outpost claim, bring up your scanner and press the outpost button again. This will bring you into the build mode by default, but if you look down at the bottom right of the UI, you can swap between modify and build modes by pressing the respective key. Build mode allows you to cycle between different types of modules, storage options, decorations, and even crafting stations. Make sure to take note that a lot of these structures and decorations also have variations denoted by the variants hotkey that will pop up if that's the case. Cycling through these variants can bring up completely different cosmetic options or even stronger versions of things like storage containers and extractors if you've researched them. On the other hand, modify mode is how you'll be able to readjust items you've already placed down or interact with different properties a structure might have, like power management or linking their inputs and outputs. Modify is also how you can interact with the random knickknacks you may have collected on your travels. Simply go into your inventory, drop them on the ground, and then use Modify mode to pick them up and place them where you want them. Modify mode is also how you can optimize the placement of your beacon, allowing you to reposition it anywhere within the claimed area it originally generated. Once a claim is set, it can't be altered unless you completely delete the beacon itself, so keep that in mind. You can also toggle your view to a more bird's eye perspective by pressing the key here. This is essential for mapping out large building placement, reorganizing your smaller structures, and even planning out where you'll eventually be setting down your resource extractors. If you're on a PC, we highly recommend using a controller for this process, as it gives you incredibly fine controls over the exact angles of the objects you want to place. At the time of making this video, this can bug out and become inaccessible, and if that's the case, simply save your game and reload the save. Everything should return back to normal. To build anything, you just need to be in your build menu. Select the module from the interface on the right and place it within your claimed area. The UI on the top left will tell you exactly what resources you need, what the operating costs are for production-based structures and defenses, and even what it might produce. This all varies based on what modules you have selected and even what skills you have, reducing the overall cost of the structure. There is another feature here that I want to mention quickly, and that's the track feature. Pressing this will track the resources for the specific module you have highlighted, which will show up on those resources in stores or while you're adventuring. Personally, I didn't use this much as it becomes cumbersome to remove the track after the fact, but it's there if you want it. When you first start out, your build menu will look more limited than ours here, and that's because at the start, you have next to nothing unlocked, which brings us to one of the most important systems for the success of your outpost, research. In order to unlock more advanced structures and cosmetics such as power generators, greenhouses, and even defenses, you'll need to engage with the research system at the Research Laboratory crafting station. You can actually do this well before you even have an outpost down by using the crafting station aboard your starting ship, the Frontier, or the one in the basement of the lodge back at Constellation HQ. Interact with the research station and you'll notice you only have a few options such as Manufacturing 1, Decoration 1, and Robots 1. Other research projects require you to not only advance the base level projects, but also invest skill points into outpost engineering, botany, zoology, gastronomy, and much more. You'll be able to see what skills are required under the Required Skills section and what materials you'll need under the Required Materials section. Clicking on a research project, you'll be presented with this follow-up menu. Here, you'll find a list of all the materials you'll need, how many are needed to input, and how much of that material you have in your inventory. Clicking on a material allows you to submit it one line at a time. Remember that research method skill we talked about a few minutes ago? This is where unexpected insights can proc, giving you the chance at free resources. Because of that, always try and fill in the materials you have the most of first in hopes that you'll get a few lucky procs. You'll notice that research requires basic resources, which can be harvested, while also often requiring manufactured components. Again, you'll have to either pick these up during your adventures, purchase them from a vendor, or manufacture them yourself via the Industrial Workbench crafting station. You can also find this station in the lodge basement or in your starter ship, but for ease of access, we recommend you build these at your outpost as soon as possible. Alright, we've gotten through the bulk of the fundamentals, so now I think it's important we dive into the building menu and break down what you can create on each tab. Some of these I'll go more into detail about because they can be incredibly complex. Livid spent hours, truly hours, bashing his head against a wall just trying to get some of these to work, so hopefully we can save you some frustration. The first tab is one I really don't want to spoil for those of you still progressing. Just know any current and future quest-based structures will go here. In the case of this one, just know placing quest items down at your outpost will increase the frequency and potency of future attacks. The second main tab you'll interact with is Extractors. The contents of this tab will change based on the resources available to you on the planet and within your claimed zone. In our case, we have access to water, aluminum, iron, and alkanes. Once you complete all the extraction research, you'll have access to the regular extractors, the commercial versions, and the industrial versions. As these get larger, their cost and power operating cost increases, but so too does their output. As we mentioned at the start of this video, once you have a specific extractor selected, you'll be able to see the vein of its respective mineral colored on the ground. Depending on the size of the vein, you'll only be able to support a certain amount of extractors in proximity to one another. Also, keep in mind for maximum output efficiency, pay attention to the ring each extractor generates, keeping other extractors outside of their zone. In order to get these running, you'll need to hop over to our next tab, Power. Inside this third tab, you'll gradually have access to more and more potent forms of power generation, depending on how far you've researched. You start with only small solar, wind, and fuel-based generators, but keep in mind, depending on the thickness of the atmosphere, rotation speed of the planet you're on, and even distance to the sun, solar or wind generators will fluctuate in viability, which is why we suggest you try and secure habitable atmosphere-based planets to start. As you progress further, you'll get access to nuclear-powered reactors to help make your outpost function at peak efficiency with as few structures as possible. That's important since, don't forget, there is a large but finite structure build limit. By default, as long as your generators are placed and you have enough total power to meet the demands of your needed power, things will get powered by default. You do, however, have the option to run wires from a generator to a specific item, or even switches. This allows you to keep certain systems better protected during a pirate raid, or allows you to control which production structures are actively running. The fourth tab brings us to Containers, probably the most important structure to build and manage across all of your outposts long term. These containers allow your crafting stations to directly use everything contained within them for production, eliminating the need to carry things around in your inventory. First up is the transfer container, which you'll only need one of. This allows you to access your outpost inventory from your ship or your ship's inventory from your outpost, allowing you to quickly land, shuffle around resources, and head out. Then you have storage options for solids, liquids, and gases, but also a warehouse option which is specifically used to store manufactured resources. Again, as you complete outpost research, you'll gain access to these in small, medium, and large varieties. This is also where our automation starts to take form, as you can directly link an extractor's output to a storage container of the resource's respective type. You do this by switching to modify mode, hovering over the object you want to move from, and hitting the respective create output link key and link it to your output destination, in this case, a container. You can take this a step further and link the outputs of one container to another in a chain, allowing resources to overflow to the next container. At any time, you can hover over the red line generated from the output link and delete the link to break the chain. This does get a little more complicated with containers that are right next to each other, often requiring you to delete and replace the container entirely. In our fifth tab, we double down on heavy automation with builders. These will intake resources that are linked up to them and combine them to output something else, namely a manufactured good. You start with a simple fabricator at a base level, but as you complete more research for manufacturing, you'll unlock more expensive and robust options, such as the compound and multiplex fabricators, which produce more rare and expensive components. To get a fabricator running, you'll need to link storage containers to the fabricator with the corresponding resources inside. In the case of our planet here, we're making adaptive frames created by fusing aluminum and iron together. We have our extractors sending the resources to their respective solid storage containers. We'll then link the iron and aluminum containers to the fabricator and link the fabricator to a warehouse storage container. Normally, this would automatically start going due to the power being supplied, but if we want to control when this fabricator is running, depending on if we want to be stockpiling aluminum and iron or not, we'll need to place down a powered switch. We'll then directly link a generator to the powered switch, and finally, link the powered switch to the fabricator. This now gives us precise control over when and what we want to be manufacturing. There's also the matter of the greenhouse and animal husbandry facilities. These are only available under very specific conditions. First, the greenhouse requires the botany skill, while the animal husbandry facility requires the zoology skill. From here, your planet must also contain the respective life, be it flora or fauna. You'll then need to go out and explore, fully scanning the respective beast or plant enough times to fully document it on the planet. If you haven't done that, it won't be available to utilize at the facilities. Lastly, the environment must also be conducive to life. It took a little practice, but Livid did manage to set up one location that actively supports both a greenhouse and animal husbandry facility. Just like a fabricator, you'll need to supply these facilities with a specific combination of resources and manage where the manufactured output goes. The sixth tab is straightforward, structures. This is where you'll find all the modules, both big and small, that allow you to effectively create a sealed base on the planet. Inside, you'll be free to decorate and customize to your heart's content, making bedrooms, mess halls, control centers. You get the picture. One important thing to note to give you a bit more flexibility is that once your structures are built and linked together, on certain walls and doorways you get the option to change them, allowing for wider or narrower hallways and even alternate walls or windows to look out of. You have a lot of options at your disposal, but I do hope the team expands this further in the future. The seventh tab is again straightforward. We're talking crafting here. Simply put, these are relatively cheap to build and significantly open up the functionality of your outpost. Like we mentioned at the start of this video, crafting is a surefire way to outfit yourself with the best gear come endgame or future content. Defenses make up our 8th tab, and again, you'll need to have done the appropriate research to unlock all the available tiers at your disposal. Because you only have 6 turret slots per outpost, making sure you have the best version of them out at all times is important. Your outpost can be attacked by all manner of things, angry wildlife, annoyed spacers, and even persistent bounty hunters. These will play a pivotal role in helping you fend off enemies and keeping your infrastructure intact. If anything does get destroyed during a skirmish, be sure to head up to it after the fact and repair it to return it to full functionality. Then we get robots, the 9th tab on our list. These of course open up with research and provide numerous potential benefits to your entire outpost. You can have 3 robots in total by default, but upgrades in the outpost management skill increase that threshold. The sanitation minibot will increase the production rate of all inorganic resources. The garden minibot will increase the production rate of all organic resources. The engineering robot increases the production rate of all manufactured items. The logistics robot provides an increase to the production rate of all resource types by half the amount. The power management robot increases the output of all generators, providing you with maximum efficiency. Finally, there's the security robots. The Minibot is worthless, while the biped and quadruped versions are extremely potent and deadly. Furniture is our 10th tab, and it's exactly what you think it is. As you progress your research, more options will open up to you on each category within the list. The 11th tab, Decorations, not only provides you with some homey comforts, but also grants you access to various storage chest options, perfect for storing contraband, knickknacks, and crafting materials for food and medicine skills. Just know these chests do not get pulled into the crafting process for reasons that are beyond my comprehension. Displays, the 12th tab, are there for those players who like to proudly display sets of armor, weapons, and even data slates. Finally, we get to the last and honestly most loaded category, Miscellaneous. This features several really big features that we'll need to dive into separately. First up are scan boosters, and simply put, these increase the distance and potency of your hand scanner across the entire planet it's installed on. Next, we have cargo links, one of the more frustrating systems we've wrestled with early on, but arguably the most foundational element to have on every single outpost. Because no outpost can produce every resource in the game, you'll need to link up the various outposts you build across different planets and even solar systems. The standard cargo link will link together two outposts that are within the same system, while the intersystem cargo link will, you guessed it, link two outposts together that are in different systems at the cost of some helium-3. On both cargo links, you'll have an outgoing and incoming connection point. For outgoing, you'll connect whatever storage containers you want the cargo link to pull resources from to the outgoing connection. For incoming, you'll connect the incoming connection point to whatever storage containers or fabricators you want to directly feed incoming resources to. In the case of the inter-system cargo link, there's also a helium-3 container at the back that you'll need to link to a gas storage container filled with helium-3 to pull from. Once you have this all set up, you'll interact with the council near the stairs and assign two outposts to be linked together. This will begin the process of having a cargo ship arrive, picking up or dropping off resources, and travel off to your other outpost. It's a really cool system that, if linked properly, can allow a single outpost of yours to eventually maintain stockpiles of every resource in the game. On this tab is also the crew station, which is required for each crew member you assign to an outpost. At a base level, your outpost can support 3 of these, but this can be increased via the outpost management skill. Crew, as you know, have varying degrees of skill potency, and these NPCs will bring their expertise to help increase the functionality of the outpost they're assigned to. Additionally, keeping your crew assigned to an outpost geared and armed allows them to aid in fighting off pirates and other threats, which is always a plus. There are also 2 landing pad options, the small landing pad that can support a ship the size of the Frontier, and the superior landing pad with Shipbuilder. Not only can this support up to the largest Class C ship you can throw at it, but you can also fully manage and customize your ship here to your heart's content, with nearly the entire library of ship parts short of the premium grade parts directly from the manufacturers. Last up, we have the various mission boards and bounty clearance terminals. These provide you with an easy and safe way to accept missions and clear bounties without invoking the wrath of whatever faction you'd normally annoy by visiting to take care of these issues. These have both at times been a lifesaver for our entire team, so don't forget to build them whenever you do set down roots. When it comes to an immersive and true RPG experience, nothing in Starfield hits quite like Outposts. It's truly you against the environment, staking your claim and establishing your empire in the far-off corners of various solar systems. Fast traveling is in its fastest form, automated crafting provides you with more goods to sell than you know what to do with. Hell, it's even the best place to mod your gear and customize the starship of your dreams. When that's all taken care of, your outpost is still your own slice of the galaxy to do with as you wish, whether that's decorating your base or simply enjoying a galactic sunset. What we're saying is don't sleep on Outposts, and hopefully this video gave you the perfect introduction to every system it currently has to offer. Who knows what modding will bring to the table, but we're excited to find out. If you know of any ways we could have made this guide even better, feel free to leave us a comment down below. As always, we're here to have a great time playing games we enjoy while also helping out our community, so don't be shy. Of course, you can also join us on Discord if you want to talk about new and upcoming games, interact with the Legacy team, and enter daily giveaways for your chance at awesome prizes. That link, as always, is below. My name is Kodiak, and from everyone here at Legacy Gaming, thanks for watching, and play on. Today's video is brought to you by Green Man Gaming. Stick around to learn how you can score some awesome deals on PC games. In the Galaxy, consider one of the most important rules of any Bethesda game. Loot everything, within reason. One of the biggest challenges you'll face as a new player is constantly running out of space to store your gear. We touch on this in our Ultimate Beginner's Guide, but let me be really clear and talk about this from a strategy perspective. Using your surveying ability, you can scan the area around you in real time. This is a great way to spot any item that's interactable. It's going to be overwhelming at first, but as you're learning the game, focus on picking up items that will make an immediate or future impact on your gameplay. This largely comes down to anything that you would consider a resource, like crafting components, raw materials, and of course, gear upgrades. Things like spacesuits weigh a ton, and it can be tempting to pick up every rare and epic piece of loot you find, but the chance of you actually bringing back anything valuable with that strategy isn't great. In a pinch, your companion can hold on to some gear for you, but they're nothing more than a glorified pack mule. Anything you give them, you'll have to retrieve, and sometimes that can be a real pain. If you do want to quickly sell a few items you've picked up, look for these greenish-yellow kiosks near the landing pad in any major city. It's actually a vendor that lets you buy and sell goods quickly. They won't offer you the best price, their inventory is a bit lacking, and they don't have a ton of credits to spare, but it's effective. As you're searching, don't get bogged down by too many items that have no flavor text. Sure, they might have a decent sell value, but unless that item is denoted as something useful for crafting, it's hardly worth losing that inventory space. There are some exceptions to the rule, but it really depends on how you plan to invest your time. Basic food items like bread, onions, pears, celery, and packages of synthetic meat do take up inventory space, but you'll need a ton of these to research new tiers of cooking and as base ingredients for the variety of cooking recipes in the game. The kicker here, these aren't actually labeled as crafting resources when out in the world. Fun fact, even though I'm not deep into the food progression loop yet, I'm already discovering some recipes like teas that grant small XP buffs. I have to imagine further down the line there are significantly better buffs. It's going to be hard to balance your inventory space, that much is fact, but focus on what you need now, in the moment, and then turn an eye to the future and what you might potentially need, and you'll be okay. If you've never played a Bethesda game before, you might not be wise to how guns and ammo work in the game. Early on, when you're still dealing with the new player challenge curve, there's a likely chance you'll run out of ammo, often. The key here is to diversify the weapons that you use. If you find 3 awesome guns, but they all use the same ammo type, 7.77mm for example, you're going to burn through ammo faster than a supernova. What you want to do is pay attention to the weapons you pick up, their ammo type, and then assign a variety of weapons to the quick slotting system. To do this, go into your inventory, locate the weapons you want to make accessible, and assign it as a favorite. You can then choose where it goes on the quick slot menu, giving you access to it quickly mid-combat. To pull up the quick slotting menu, simply tap Q on the keyboard or up on the D-pad, and you'll have your full arsenal at your disposal. If you choose a selection of guns that use a diverse range of ammunition, and remember to salvage ammo along the way, I guarantee your reserves will rarely, if ever, run dry. Ammo is also weightless, so regardless of what you're using, pick up any ammo packs you find while exploring. Check it out, guys. Today's video was made possible thanks to Green Man Gaming, an official retailer of PC game keys. You know we're constantly giving away free games on our Discord, but you can't always win, and that's when our friends Green Man Gaming steps up to the plate. I know what you're thinking. Are they legit? And the answer is absolutely. Just check out their ratings on Trustpilot, 4.6 stars with over 27,000 reviews. I've been buying games from them for years, and with a constant stream of new releases, anything I can do to save a few bucks really helps out. We're not talking old games either. The team is constantly pumping out deals for some of the biggest upcoming titles. Right now, if you hop on their website, greenmangaming.com, and use the code LEGACY17, you'll save 17% on some of the biggest upcoming games, like Lies of P, Mortal Kombat 1, Destiny 2 The Final Shape, and if you haven't done so already, scoop up Starfield. Again, that's LEGACY17 to save 17% on your next purchase. One thing that rings true across most RPGs is that early game skill development is a huge part of a player's progression. Taking a skill like security early on gives you access to more loot, which in turn makes you stronger faster. Really focus on what skills are going to be valuable right then and there. It can be tempting to take a bunch of combat skills, but the truth is, you probably only need 1 or 2 based on the weapons you're currently using as your primaries. Things like commerce that impact your buy and sell prices are going to have a better long-term impact. This tip is probably commonplace for a lot of you, but remember, we make these videos for all types of players, new ones included. We actually have a great video already on the channel highlighting important skills we think you need to take early on, so check that out for even more advice. Speaking of skills, I think we should talk about Bethesda's new take on a progression system. You're most likely familiar with a talent tree system, but what you might not actually be accustomed to is a challenge system that determines when you can upgrade specific talents. I really enjoy this system because it connects your skills with actions and forces you to use that skill you invested points to make them stronger. The key here is to be aware of the skill challenge associated with each skill you unlock. You can identify this once you unlock a skill in the bottom left-hand corner of the skill panel. Don't lose sight of these challenges because without completing them, you can't spend a skill point and unlock the next rank of a skill. There's nothing better than exploring space with a friend. Starfield features over 20 companions you can recruit, and a vast majority of them can be brought with you as you're racing across the stars. There's a couple things I want you to be aware of here. If you've got a spare weapon, spacesuit, and helmet lying around, you can transfer it to your companion and then, using the equip key, have them put that gear on. This matters because each companion comes with a variety of skills, some of which are only activated when using specific weapons. For example, Samco has rifle certification, which means he needs to be equipped with a rifle to take full advantage of that effect. In the case of Sam, it doesn't matter which rifle you equip him with, which means find your best spare and let him do the rest. Like I said earlier, companions are also decent pack mules, if you're running out of inventory space. We do talk about this issue at great lengths in our Ultimate Beginner's Guide, so definitely check that out, but the long and short of it is this. Your companion has a limited inventory that you can utilize to store some items. However, you will have to manually retrieve whatever they're carrying if you want to eventually utilize the items in an outpost or on a ship. Nothing on a companion is counted when using a crafting station, so they're good in a pinch, not for long-term storage. Finally, pay attention to when your companions are asking to talk. This is tied directly to their backstory, which sometimes opens up unique quests. Other times, they'll just thank you for being a good captain and will give you a gift. Each companion gives something a bit different, but it's usually within a theme. Barrett, for example, gives food items, while Sam usually gives some sort of inorganic resource. You've heard the developers talk about it before, but one of my favorite things to do in Starfield is capture enemy ships and add them to my fleet. This is a great way to expand your armada or make a few thousand credits, but how exactly do you pull it off? For starters, you'll want to invest 1 point in the tech skill, Targeting Control System. This will allow you to slow down time during a dogfight and select which enemy ship subsystem you want to attack. The key is to use this to take out an enemy's engines, which will immediately leave them floating in space. Once you do that, the option to board becomes available, and you can attach yourself to an enemy ship and make the assault. Once inside, you know what to do. Clear the deck of any and all crew, and then, if you want, claim the ship by climbing into the captain's seat. This will immediately give you command of the ship and will automatically add it to your fleet. There's one more step, however. You'll need to land at a major city or have a large landing platform at your outpost in order to register the ship, which is easy enough to do. Simply touch down at your favorite nearby city or your outpost and talk to the ship technician. Ask if you can see the ships available to buy and sell, head over to your ships, navigate to your new vessel, and then notice in the bottom left-hand corner, your ship is marked as unregistered. Register your ship by spending a few thousand credits, and now you can officially make full use of that vessel. If you just want to steal ships and sell them, that's fine, and you can make a few thousand credits off those escapades, but you do need to register every ship before selling. It will always sell for more than the registration cost, though, which is how the system was designed. Speaking of ship technicians, I bet you didn't know that each spaceport features an entirely different selection of manufactured ship parts. If you're planning on building a custom ship, you'll want to remember this before buying and expanding any ship in your fleet. The selection of ship parts varies wildly, both visually and functionally, depending on what port you're visiting and the manufacturer, so be sure to shop around before just jumping in. I think the trap here is really slanted towards new players that might not often leave New Atlantis. If this is your main base of operation, you might think those are the only options, but that's exactly what I'm trying to warn you against. Other places like Aquila City and Neon both have an entirely different inventory of parts, so check them out before spending your hard-earned credits. A bonus tip, whenever you visit a spaceport, make sure to check the Trade Authority kiosk for any available ship parts. Likewise, hailing trade ships while out in space is another great way to scoop up some of those same parts. These are heavy to store in your cargo hold and are different than the shipbuilder parts, but allow you to repair your ship mid-combat. Whenever you take damage, you can use a ship part to essentially heal, just like you would use a med pack, and despite what the tooltip says, if you have ship parts, you can repair at any time. To be completely honest, the only times I've actually died in this game was when I was fighting in space, mainly because I didn't have any way to repair, so don't be bad like me and stock up on parts. When it comes to your outpost, prepare to be sucked in for hours on end. It's a fun and engaging system, building a home amongst the stars, but it's time-consuming. So we need a little help. Research Methods, a science skill, is an insanely good early game investment if you're doing anything outpost crafting related. Not only does this reduce the amount of resources required to craft items and complete research projects, but you also gain a passive ability called Unexpected Insights. When researching something, you have to click on the project and allocate resources into the required spots. Here's the kicker. Whenever you allocate resources in one category, a sudden development has a chance to proc and cause your research project to overflow. This will fill in materials that you don't even have, which is nuts. When researching anything, try and fill in the resources you have the most of first and hope that Unexpected Insights triggers, filling in or even completing the remaining resources for you. This can save you a massive amount of resources in the long run and can quite literally kickstart your outpost development. And speaking of outpost development, you want to be smart about where you choose to place your outpost beacon. This process starts in space with a full scan of a planet. By allocating points into the science skill scanning, you can actually see where more valuable resource pools are on the planet's surface. The key to placing an outpost is being close enough to areas where resources are abundant. Try and find the intersection of multiple resources. This will allow you to passively generate raw materials of multiple types via extractors. Oh, and fun fact, your outpost can be attacked by pirates while you're actively on the planet working on your outpost, so keep an eye out and a gun handy. This is actually a decent way to score some free loot if you can sneak onto their ships, but be ready for a fight because pirates can disrupt and even damage your operations. So there you have it, friends, a whole slew of things we wish we knew sooner about Bethesda's new open universe RPG, Starfield. As always, if you appreciate all the work that goes into playing, writing, producing, and editing these videos, we'd love your support. Hit that thumbs up and consider subscribing. We have so much Starfield content planned for the next few weeks. I know you're going to want to stick around. You can also join us on Discord if you want to chat with the team, talk about great games like Starfield, and of course, enter for your chance to win tons of free prizes. That link, as always, is below. My name is Cody Atkin from everyone here at Legacy Gaming. Thanks for watching, and play on.
Hello everybody, it is Ebontis, and in this video, my goal is to give you guys tips that hopefully will make your journey through Starfield a little less bumpy. I'm not going to go deep on things like shipbuilding or outposts. That's a whole 30-minute video guide. Those are big. These are going to be a bunch of little tips for small situations, skills that I found very useful, why I found those useful, things that are going to improve your quality of life in the game, and just some things that hopefully will give your journey a bit more of a smoother ride through a game that I enjoyed my experience from, but my beginning mini hours were rather bumpy. So if you enjoy this one, hopefully you'll learn something from it, and when we get to the end of this, if you really enjoy the content, hopefully I'll see you back here on the channel. But let's jump in to a lot of tips that hopefully are going to smooth out your journey through Starfield. One of the first big tips that I want to cover is fast travel. It's extremely useful. So if I had run halfway across this dusty desert and I wanted to get back to my ship, I could bring up, whether it's my scanner and I can see it, whether I'm on the surface map and I want to see it, I can just go right back to my ship and I would fast travel straight there. But you can go even farther than that. If you have been somewhere before and you are not in a specifically instanced area, which would be like a couple nightclubs I've been in, maybe in one or two mission areas, not very often though. Most times, if you have been somewhere, even, systems away, if I want to go back to this system here, and maybe I want to go to, let's see, Mars, for example, and I want to go to this planet, I could literally just go there and land and it would be skipping the get on the ship, go back to orbit, fly to orbit, land, and I would be straight there. Now, if you're carrying contraband, which is stuff that you'll get scanned for, it won't let you do that. But as long as you've been somewhere, you 100% can skip over a whole lot of the steps of getting on the ship, going to orbit, and all that. And fast travel will save you a lot of time. If you're down in a cave and you want to just fast travel to your ship real quick, you'll pretty much warp right out of there. So fast travel is a very, very good quality of life thing, and if you think you might be able to fast travel somewhere, you probably can. So the next thing to talk about is your kind of guidance arrows that you've got. And I'm going to do a lot of this on this dusty planet, so sorry it's going to look a little drab, but the whole point is to avoid spoilers where I can. So if I've got a certain quest, and did not expect that one, landmines, but if I've got a quest and the first step means that I need to get back on my ship, what you can do is if you've got a quest marker telling you to head back to your ship or to head to a certain person's office or head to a different floor or whatever it may be, you can use your scanner tool, and if you look on the ground, you're going to see arrows that guide you where you need to go. So you can actually see the path along the ground that right now it's like, hey, you need to get off the ship and go somewhere else, so it's just telling me to go on my ship. If I'm in a city that's very dense and there's a lot of locations, I can almost get lost. As long as you've got some type of quest, and this will help you get where you're going. So this will save you a lot of time. And again, if the arrows go away, put your scanner away, bring it back out, and they will show back up again. So depending on if you're going on like a long trip or something like that, you might have to pull it out again. But the scanner and the arrows have saved me more times than I can honestly count. So make sure you use this thing, because there are certain times where you maybe need to get somewhere quickly, for example, and it is very beneficial to know where you're going and not get lost in some of these mazes and corridors and different structures that you're going to be in. So use your scanner, use the arrows, very beneficial. Similar to fast travel, there is a difference of if you've been somewhere before and if you have not. Now, if you're trying to jump across the solar system and go to planets that you haven't been to before, you're going to see the path that you have to jump to. And you'll notice I can jump to probably here. And that's going to cover quite a few different destinations. Now, you'll notice when you go to jump, you've got a couple limitations. One is going to be your fuel consumption. And I will show you a little later in the video, one of the earliest and kind of only real ship upgrades that I would recommend early on to kind of help as you're jumping around and doing a bunch of quests. Because if every time you have to go from here to here, and you do want to make that jump, that may not be that far, but then when you get to certain destinations and you want to go a little bit farther, and if you want to make that jump, your base fuel capacity is 50. I just upgraded the fuel tank up to 160, one of the best upgrades I ever did, and I'll show you guys where that's at. But also, if you're going to a new destination, I could travel all the way to here, the destination I have been to, but then I would have to stop there in orbit and then make the trip to the next step. If I'm going on 2 steps, I could make it to here, then I would have to travel from this destination to this one. Then once you're in orbit, you could go from this destination to this one. So if you're going to a new place, you're going to have to go through each step. But if you have a big enough fuel tank and you want to go all the way back, like say I do want to go to the Decarian system, and say my fuel's big enough, so I probably can't go that far, but say I'm here, and maybe my fuel has enough to make the jump all the way back, you can skip all of those steps. That's why a big fuel tank for grav jumps is very helpful. And then 2, once you've gone places, coming back is much, much easier. All right, so when you are in space, you're going to have different things that you can interact with. Whether you blew up a ship and it had a little bit of cargo, whether you're going to be interacting with space stations and other things, whether you want to board it, you immobilize the ship and you want to board it. All of that stuff is going to interact at a certain distance. So
I'm going to teach you the best possible start for Starfield. Here's what we're going to cover in the video. We're going to cover how to min-max your credits, that's money in this game, your earnings, how to get a super weapon early on, and standard weapons so that you can easily destroy the entire game from the very start, how to get the best in slot legendary armor for farming, a free ship that lets you do smuggling, have lots of storage, and is just better than your starter ship, how to be over-leveled before starting the main quest line, and all of this is done in under 1 hour. Let's go. When you reach this part of the tutorial where you are asked to walk across a bridge here and go towards the quest marker, instead jump off the right side and hug the left part of the wall. you're going to see some brown little crystal things here. Just harvest one of these. This helps level up a skill later. Neodymium added. There we are. And all of these are also neodymium. You don't have to grab these. You only really need one. Just grab at least one. You can grab two if you want. It's not super important if you skip this part. It just makes it easier later on. When you reach this room here, don't go to the quest marker just yet. Make sure that you get at least one of these on the sides. And they do take a little bit sometimes to mine. There we go. Kalium added. Now, it's an okay for starter money, but we're going to make money much faster later. Just clear off, the quest objective here, and I will see you at the character creator screen. For your starting background, it doesn't really matter what you pick, because we're going to be so geared so early. None of the combat skills matter at the start, but also, if you want a money advantage, you want to pick something with commerce, and so let's go over the good ones. Cyber Runner's nice. Leveling security just means you will earn more money later. This is basically lock picking. So you want to max out security as early as you can, and it is a pain in the butt to level. Also, another one is Diplomat because of commerce, which is really nice. It also shares the same tree with Persuasion, so you get at least, if you have 2 skills learned in a tree, it's easier to go to the next tier earlier on. But other than that, Homesteader is okay. Professor is really nice because all 3 of these are in the same tech tree. And when you level that one up later, the tier 3 or tier 4 skills, it's just so much faster to get there. But the whole reason to level that tech tree is to craft really high end game gear. But we're going to have that anyway. But you can also use it for your AFK farming on outposts. But you can choose whatever you want. For this playthrough, I am going to choose the Cyber Runner just because I like having the stealth icon on my screen. In this game, whenever you crouch down, you'll enter stealth, and in most Bethesda games, you'll see a stealth icon indicator. You don't get that until you have 1 level in stealth. I like having the level in security, but again, I would highly recommend Diplomat just because you start with commerce, so it saves you a level. I'll start with Diplomat. I'll just go ahead and do that since that's what I'm recommending to you. As for trait choices, let me go over the best ones. You can pick whatever you want, but I'm just going to explain. Alien DNA is more health and more stamina, which this game calls oxygen. And as far as healing and food items not being as effective, food items heal you for almost nothing. The healing kits heal you for a % over X amount of seconds, and this it's unnoticeable. You're mostly going to be healing from beds in this game anyway, so the healing items are so easy to get in this game, you're never going to be short on them. So this is just a straight buff to your character with really no downsides. The next one is Taskmaster, which means that your crew will repair your ship automatically, which is super useful during a firefight, and just handy in general for saving you repair costs. And the downside is that crews cost twice as much to hire, but we are going to be loaded and rich, and so money is no issue. If one guy costs 8,000 to hire and instead he costs 16,000 to hire, we just loot a few extra guns and it pays for it. It's not a big deal. The final one is really ultimately your choice. I'm going to explain the 2 best ones. Dream Home sounds terrible. It sounds like you're in debt forever. That's a huge amount of money. It's not a huge amount of money. The way Dream Home works is every week you have to pay 500 credits to use your house. If you don't, you just can't enter the house. And it's also pretty cheap compared to other housing in this game. This is the ultimate cheap housing. It's one of the best houses in the game. They just give you one of the best houses. The only thing that the house really does, it's used for storage, decoration. You can put a bunch of crafting benches in it if you want to do crafting. But those things are scattered all over the game and in your ships. So there's no shortage of any of this. It's just an extra fun place to go to. You can't get this home normally in the game. The only way to access this house is through this trait. It is the only way. Also, the next one is Wanted. Now, this sounds bad. It sounds really bad to have random encounters where people try to kill you. But what this is free loot. These guys they don't bug you during main story missions, so you won't get ganked while you're trying to, do a dialogue option or anything. But essentially, extra enemies means more loot, means more money. So it's up to you what you want to do. I don't really care for storage or the Dream Home thing, but you can't get there otherwise unless you pick this. Everything else is pretty terrible and doesn't really give you much of anything. So I'm going with Wanted because that makes the game more fun and you get more money. I want to note in the game that the robot characters will read your name through text-to-speech. So if you want to put your name as something funny and stupid, and then when the robot says your name, you can laugh about it, that's how it is. Just know that your name is pretty much permanent. As soon as your character is created, what you want to do now is pick everything up that is not bolted down. Now, this is a starting zone. No people will attack you. You won't get crime stat. You won't be charged, a bounty. No one's going to aggro and try to fight you. Everything here is fully up for grabs. When you highlight an item, normally in the game, there will be a red icon indicating that you're stealing it, but in this case, we can just take it. And what I want you to do is take every single thing that you possibly can, even completely useless junk that has no value, because this is how we're going to level up our commerce skill in just a little bit. So it's very important to nab everything, including this. This character will get mad that I stole this from them.
Sure, just take my stuff. All yours.
It's fine. That character's not important. You'll never see her again. And again, just grab every single thing that you can. Don't worry. You can carry a lot of weight, and most of this stuff is pretty worthless. So just sit here and just mash, 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 mash. And there you go. And grab everything you can in every single room. Just hug a wall and just mouse around every single thing and just spam the grab key and yoink it all up. It's very important to do this. Now, when I say pick up everything, I mean every single little thing. Like this foam cup, these napkins, if they let you loot them, this person's sandwich and plates, every little tiny thing that you can possibly do. And don't worry, they'll get mad, but they won't do anything. A lot of them, anyway, especially the playing cards, that's huge. That's a real big one. Now, some of this stuff can be a little heavy, and I didn't mean to sit down, so be careful when doing that because that will eat up some of your time. But the heavy stuff we can get rid of pretty early on. It's not a big deal. We're about to gain a whole lot of storage in just a little bit, so make sure that you fully clean out every room. You don't have to pick up another cutter because that's your standard default item. And if you happen to drop all your cutters later on, the game will just spawn one for you because it's a vital game mechanic to have one at all times. Just be careful not to spam your use button and sit in the chairs, but you do want to just grab every single possible thing here. There we go. And right now, I've cleaned out... Oh, we got a couple supply shelves. And again, every single thing has to go. Also, you can drag... Some items you can pick up and drag them out and check behind them, and there might be stuff. So always be looking out for that. Make sure you crouch down, grab every single one of these books and folders. It's coming with us, and it's going to, again, level our commerce incredibly fast. Also, the darts. There's some darts there, some on the floor. Just be very proactive and look at everything. After looting all of the rooms, my weight currently is at 83 mass out of 135. That's plenty. We're going to loot some more stuff here in a bit. If we go overweight, we can still move at a normal speed. It'll be fine. We can store it in just a bit. Once you're outside, continue to loot things. There's really not a whole lot to pick up, but the most important things are at the main runway here. You do have a pistol and some ammo, so make sure to grab those. And then run around and just loot to your heart's content. Check up with the quest givers every once in a while. There's, again, not a lot out here, but be prepared because you're going to be attacked around this red line on this side of the map. But for now, we're going to go back over here and continue the story. So when the mining colony gets attacked, there's a few things that you can do to get a little bit of extra loot. Also, they land right over here, so you can grab some of these explosion barrels if you want and kind of have a trap ready for them. I've got a toxic barrel here I'm going to throw at them, but last time I tried this in practice, I missed, so we'll try it again. Sometimes it'll disappear from your hands, but here we go. That door swings open. I'm going to see if I can gas some of them. Let's see. Now, you want to jump on this ship as soon as possible because otherwise it'll take off, and there is a med kit in there. There we go. We got some gas. It looks like it knocked a few down, but an explosion barrel would have done way more. But real quick, just run on the ship because otherwise it'll take off immediately. Grab this med kit. That's the only thing that you can miss here. And before you kill the enemy pirates, I mean, go ahead and kill some of them. Why not? It's whatever. Make sure you loot all of their stuff. You might get over encumbered at some point, but you want to run kind of to the back line here and start killing non-important teammates. So let's see. That's Barrett. He's a main character. This is. Let's see. If you shoot them and nothing happens, they're a main character. Also, you can't kill this robot, but there we go. So that is a teammate, which I just killed, and now the pirate will come for me with their hatchet. It's not a big deal. Just fully loot them. Fully loot your teammates. That's why we're killing them, for their loot. Here we go. Here's another one. Just take them down. You can also just melee them if you want. It's not a big deal. And yeah, we're just playing this sloppily. Again, these guys are so weak, it doesn't matter. Just go ahead and bash them with our gun. You could also just punch them out. It's whatever. Oh boy, we exploded. Don't worry about losing health. If you lose enough health, the game is going to tell you that you need to use a med kit. Don't do it. Don't use any med kits here. We're about to go to sleep in a bed and be fully healed. It's not a big deal. Just, again, kill all your teammates that you can. And then you'll see the little indicators here to kill the remaining pirates. So, there we go. Take them out. And yeah, they like to stand near explosive barrels sometimes. But again, it's fine as long as you don't die. And if you die, you just restart. It's not a big deal. There we go. We killed all the pirates. And hopefully we killed all of our allies too. You could grab the cutter. I don't need it. Those things weigh quite a lot and they don't sell for anything. Check every dead body. And that is a regular character. So we can take them out. Except no, the fight ended, so we can't loot them. So we missed some loot there. It's okay. You don't have to loot them all, but looks like everything's clean. So it's time to go. We're going to talk to Barrett, and we're going to roll out. By the way, once you're in the ship, you can find a bed here. And I'm sorry, my menu opens every time I alt-tab. You open the bed, you sleep for 1 hour. That's going to fully heal you. So don't use those med kits. Also, it goes towards your wellness perk. So, yes, I've learned about skill points. So, your wellness, all you have to do is get hurt a bunch and then sleep it off. And let me show you a fun trick before you leave the first area. There's a very easy way to power level this up. We're going to go back to the outpost from the ship. And this is super easy to level up your HP early on. So, over here, there's a door you're not supposed to go in yet. And the game lets you know by hurting you, essentially. So we go to this little broken switch and we push use on it. It's gonna give us a shock. Now I'm gonna cut the recording here because it's kind of loud, but I'm gonna shock myself down to very low HP, and I'll be right back. So I have tased myself down to a very lethal amount of health, and now when I go to sleep, I'm going to have all of that restored. And there we go, wellness, heal 200 damage. So if I wanted to level wellness to the next rank and get 10% more HP, I totally can because I've fulfilled it. However, I don't have any skill points because I haven't leveled up yet, and I don't want to level this first. We want to level commerce first, which you have to buy or sell items to be able to level up, and because of that, that's why we're collecting all this junk. Now, you'll notice also that in my inventory, I am overburdened by about 4 kilograms. Don't worry, once we fly to the next zone, we can easily alleviate that problem. Once you've landed on Crete, you can open the menu and then go to your ship. And now, technically, the ship is yours. You can go to cargo hold, and this will just show some stuff that's in it. You can then go to your inventory, and then we're just going to go to miscellaneous, and that's where all this junk is that we picked up, like bolt cutters and coffee mugs. These don't do anything, but we don't want to carry them around because they do weigh a lot. So we're going to just hit the store button just rapidly as much as possible. And some things you can't store, like this artifact. That's a story item. So, but everything else, just keep hitting that E button and then watch it get stuffed into your ship's storage. And we could sell later from the ship's storage. It's not a big deal. You don't have to pull it back out. There's all the playing cards. And yeah, just store as much as you can. Now you can see here, when I switch to Frontier, you can see it has a storage of 450. So obviously, you know, we're not going to fill it up. Not here, not yet. But you don't want to, you want to make sure that you're not storing ammo or anything you're going to use. So I go to miscellaneous, and I'm just storing all this, you know, random junk. I'm going to back out, go to resources. I don't need any of this for combat or, you know, whatever. Then I'm going to go to weapons, and I have 5 cutters, it says. Well, I'm going to store 4 of them because you do need 1 for mining in general. The pistol I'm not really going to use, so I'm going to store it. I'm not going to use this Maelstrom or any of those Maelstroms. I'm going to store all but one axe. Just my axe and cutter. That's what I'm going to do the next zone with. I'm just going to straight melee. I'll pick up some guns as I go, so it's not a big deal. Next up is spacesuit. I have the one I have equipped. This is the pirate one. It's not better than what I have, so I'm going to store it. Packs, helmets. Let's store that helmet. That actually might have been better, but it doesn't matter. We're going to get better equipment very soon anyway. Some of these, none of those are better, so I'm going to store all of them. And then ammo. You can hold on to ammo because ammo is weightless. You don't have to store it. As far as aid goes, I'm going to store all the food items. But you got to be careful because the med pack, you see this heart? That's what we use to heal. We do want to keep that on our person. But everything else can just go ahead and go into storage for now. And let's see what else. Notes. Don't need any notes. Absolutely not. And there we go. Our weight is now down to 28. We can now do more looting. Let's see. Storage in the ship. It's not even close to being fully stored. I do want to check one other thing, though. We're going to go to cargo hold, and I'm looking for something called amp. We can get it later, but we do need it later on to skip a puzzle. I didn't pick up any amp. Again, it's randomly generated. There we go. We're all set to go to the planet, and all you have to do is I'm just going to equip a hatchet. You don't even need a hatchet. You can just punch them out. They're level 2 mobs. It's not a big deal. And we're just going to clear the zone now and pick up everything along the way. By the way, you want to be killing everything you encounter and looting them because they have their own unique loot, and we need that so that we can get our commerce up. So make sure you kill these critters and loot them. They will attack or run away. It's not a big deal. We have a bed on our ship to heal, and there's no time limit. So again, just kill absolutely everything that moves in this zone. And yeah, you could scan some stuff and harvest some plants if you want. You can go over here, grab some things. You don't really need to. It's just a big time sink, but you do whatever you want. I want to give you a tip for exploring. If you were to just sprint forward, you'll see that your stamina or your oxygen gauge will run out really quickly. A better thing you can do is sprint and then bunny hop. Just constantly jump, and as you're airborne, your oxygen will replenish, and the cost of jumping is much lower than the cost of taking a few steps. So you should always just be constantly jumping everywhere you go, so that you don't tucker your character out. There you go. Also, if you're wondering, this is how the bounty hunting works. Every week, the bounty on your character grows higher and higher. For my character, it's currently 2,000. I don't know what it increases to after that, because I only ever sleep 1 hour at a time, so 1 week takes a long time to pass. But if you're level 2, the bounty hunters will be level 5, and they only show up if you go off course, which is what I did just now. By the way, you can use the F button to pop out your scanner, and everything that you can possibly loot will be highlighted in blue. This will make it a lot easier to yoink all the things that are just randomly around on the ground. Pack of smokes, we got an orange in the cooler. And yeah, just continue to run around and loot everything. Now, I haven't went to the main mission area yet. I wanted to just kind of see if the bounty hunters would come, and they did. There's really not much out here to do. These areas do level scale slightly, and this planet has very low level stuff, so it's not really worth doing the side missions. Not yet, anyway. As you go through the zone and you loot all of the dead bodies and possibly all of the junk on the tables and wanted as well, make sure that you check your mass. Don't become overweight. But when you get close, what you're going to do is open your scanner, and then, well, you have to leave the facility first. So go ahead and leave the facility, and then you can fast travel back to the ship and store everything that you currently have. If you are overweight, then you can't store it. You can't fast travel. You'll have to run there manually. And whenever you run when overweight, it's going to rapidly drain your stamina. So this might take a few trips to stash stuff, but it's going to really help us later on. Super power level commerce immediately to max level, which is amazing to have at the start of the game. So once you're outside, just select the Frontier, which is the ship name, and then push E to fast travel. I don't know what the controls are on consoles, but once you fast travel there, just, get out of the cockpit and then open the menu and store everything as you've been doing. Also, you've probably taken some damage from fighting enemy mobs. So just rest in the bed, restore your HP, and continue through what I would like to call the dungeon, but it's more like an outpost. I've made a few trips now. As you can see, my cargo hold is starting to slowly approach maximum weight. That's fine. We have 243 different items here in our cargo hold. That's plenty for level 3 commerce. Also, I just want to remind you that you can fast travel to and from the research lab once you've already been there. Again, saves you a lot of time. I also want to mention that anytime you open a computer screen or like a notebook and you have a bunch of choices, while you as the player may not care about Ashta specimens or Candidate 1, your character might. So all you gotta do is just open and close these, and your character will have counted them as being read, which can open up new quests or possibilities for loot or dialogue options. By now, you should be level 2, and if you've been following just the left wall, you might come into a room that kind of looks like this, and it has a safe, and there is a digi-pick next to it. You always want to save your game before opening these in case you use them. We can get more later by abusing shop mechanics, but right now we don't have access to a shop. So we're going to open our menu, and depending on what you chose, if you chose a class that did not start with commerce, then you are to put your first skill point into commerce. If you picked a class that did not start with security, your first point will go into security. So we're going to learn security, there we go. And the reason why we do this before we ever pick a lock is because in order to rank up security from now on, we have to pick locks. So we need to pick 5 locks successfully. And here we go. We're going to pick this novice level safe. And the way this works is, it was a little confusing at first. I didn't think the game explained it very well, but every single one of these circles has these little slots, right? The only way to delete the circle is to insert these lines into all of the open holes. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 holes on this first slot. That means I need a 3 and a 2 in order to beat it. And I can see the next one that needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as well. So we want to use a 3 and a 2 and a 3 and a 2. Now, you could just guess, but here's the easy way to do it every time so you never waste your picks. What you want to do is you want to line them up. Like, hold on. We're going to just kind of play around here. So this one doesn't line up at all with the first, but that won't always be the case. So definitely this one will be a choice. Let's see. So that works. Now let's find a number 3 that works. Let's see. So this one will break those 2, and this will break those 3. So we can run with that. But what about the next section? Well, let's line those up with the ones. Okay, so that lines up there, and then finally this one is the one that we didn't line up. Hold on, so those will break that. That leaves this one and that one. So we would just simply swing it like that. There we go. Everything is lined up. It's ready to go. So we're going to go ahead and do that one now. And we're going to push E, and then E, and then E, and then E. There you go. So that's how to do it without wasting one. Because if you undo it, it breaks your digipick. So... But again, if you save before doing it and you mess up, you can always load. But later on, once we have access to shops, you can just carry a whole bunch of them and you can mess up all you want. And once you level up enough, the game will just open it automatically for you, so it's not a problem. I want to explain to you how to loot certain items from certain objects. So here we have like a toaster oven, and inside there's a cube of food, and we can't get to it. You can't break the object, you can't smash it open. If you hold the E button to lift the door up, it's kind of awkward. Like... I know I have, like, you can try to lift the door up. It's really janky. It doesn't work. So what you do is you pick up the whole thing, preferably from, like, the side. And then you back up. Hold on. We grab it. And, yeah, there you go. We just dump it out on the ground, and then we pick it up. And that's how to loot those objects. Sometimes there's good stuff in them, not at the start of the game. If you've looted everything properly in the first area, you will have acquired 5 digipicks and unlocked 5 locks. So as soon as we level up, we can start unlocking expert locks at the very start of the game. As you continue to loot, you might become overburdened, and instead of teleporting back to the ship, you can talk to Vasco here, and then go to Let's Trade Gear. That'll open up the menu. Then you go to Inventory, and then you can select whatever it is you want, like these blue darts. If I hit the E button, it will then give it to him in his inventory, which I can take out anytime I want, and I can just continue to give him things until his His mass also, he can carry 135 pounds. So, you know, you can load him up all you want, and once you get back to the ship, take it off of him, put it back onto you, take it off of you, put it back on the ship. Simple stuff. Very easy. Now, just for fun, I want to show you guys a fun sequence break in the game. So the way it works is when we enter the roof here, we come out of this door, we take a few steps forward, we hit a cutscene wall where we encounter the space pirate dude over here, and we can talk to him or fight him, whatever you want to do. But what I did was, as soon as I opened the door, I fast traveled to the ship over here, and now I've run back over here near this ledge, and check it out. I can get behind them, which is pretty funny. Now, normally, you can't run fast enough to make the jump, and we don't have our jetpacks yet. There's no way to get that. But with the help of AMP, which we looted earlier, we can consume one of those, increase our running speed by 35%, and our jump height. So here we go. I missed the jump, actually, but hey, that's fine. We run so fast, we can, you know, try it once again. And we're already back up on the ledge. And then here we are. Now we're behind them. We could go ahead and sneak up on them now. And so, yeah. If you want to just fight them without the cutscene, that's one way to do it. And right now, like, let's say I had pickpocketing. And there we go. It turns them around. Pretty funny stuff. But besides sequence breaking, here's what it's supposed to actually look like. You go through the door, we're on the roof, and before technically you could shoot at them, the cutscene will play right about there. What I advise that you do is that you go with the persuasion route so we can set up a legendary farm through save scumming. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to hit persuade, and I'm just going to play the persuasion minigame here. Try to hit him with a 3. There we go. Hit him with the 1, and didn't get it that time. Got it that time, second try. Alright, so we got him. Now, what this did is it makes him non-hostile, so I can walk up to him. And what I'm just going to do is set the stage here a bit. So we're going to take some explodey barrels, and we're just going to kind of let them hang out. Just again, we're setting up the one shot here. So grabbing more explosion barrels, and let's see. I could rotate that just like that. There we go. Don't come back. And yeah, he's kind of a dickhead, but hey, that's fine. It's whatever. We're just gonna give him a bunch of explosion barrels here, right behind him, so it launches forward right at our feet. You know, we have to plan this out. Very nice. Well, if I can set her down nice and steady, there it is. I think there's one more here in the corner. Maybe not. That's more than enough. And we're gonna go ahead. Oh, we got one right here. There it is. And one more. This is overkill, by the way, but whoops. Well, you get the idea, right? Come back here. We need all we can get. You only really need 3 of these to kill them on normal. I don't know what it is on very hard, but we shall find out. Okay, so we're all set up. So we're gonna set up a quick save, and I'm gonna teach you the next part. So this is a boss fight, by the way. This Brogan guy is the first boss of the game, and he has a very good loot table. This means that you can farm him for legendaries. Not that we need it. I just want a legendary for more money. Money's more important early on. So all we're going to do is shoot the explosion barrel behind him. That's going to send him flying, and just go ahead and finish him off here. All right, down he goes. So let's check his loot. Bashing Eon. That sucks. I'm going to hit F9 to quick load, of course, and we're just going to rinse and repeat over and over and over here. It might be faster if I set up a gun. Just a quick, you know, just pop a cap in him. There we go. Hit the quick save. Pop him once again. There he goes. Into the stratosphere. Just, you know, pop some bullets. This time again, only a blue. We don't want a blue. I'm going to sit here and reload until I get something good and then show you. Something expensive. And here we are after just 2 kills. Two tries. We got a legendary. Now check this out. This is a mechanized Star Roamer spacesuit. Now, we're going to loot something way, way better in the next, like, 10 to 15 minutes. But this thing is worth, you know, 3K. His gun, not so much. I could actually get something worth a little bit more. He can drop legendary weapons, which are worth way more than a legendary spacesuit. So I could sit here and keep rolling and rolling until I get something good. Or I can just take what he's got now and then continue on. This is just optional. You don't have to do this. It's just something that you can do if you decide you want to. Also, this ship lands and a bunch of dudes come out. So make sure, don't fall too far. You might break your ankles. And jump on that ship and loot the stuff before it flies away. But I'm just going to switch to laser beams here. And we're just going to fry them. Also, they're stuck in the ground, so that makes it a little easy. As long as I'm in the ship, it won't take off. Oh no, they can't fight back. Oh, that poor dude. Anyway, I'm just gonna, yoink the med pack, of course. And I'm gonna finish these up, and then it's off to the next area. Now, before you're about to land on the new planet here called Jemison, select random ships flying around and try to find one that says trader on it and then hail them. So this is a trade ship. You can trade with them, which is kind of interesting how you can just trade through space. And here we go. What we're going to do is we're going to hit sell and then sell from ship inventory. We're going to go to MISC, and we're just going to do left click about 20, 25 times. Let's do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You see that right there, that commerce. Buy or sell 25 unique items. So we're going to just, pump that up. There we go. So we're at 19 out of 25. And we don't want to go over. 25 out of 25. There it is. Okay, so we can close the menu now. And there it is. That's all we need from them for now. Then we can go ahead and land on the planet and continue as normal. Now, once you've landed on the planet, just continue the main story quest as normal. Follow the blue markers on your map. I'll tell you when we're going to divert course and break the game. Once you get to this part in the story where Sarah asks you if you want to go ahead with the game, tell her this is all a little much. I need some time to clear my head. This will let you free roam essentially, though the game doesn't tell you that that's available yet. So she gives you a big old pile of money and a lodge key, and also a level up, which is very important for what we're about to do. So you should be level 4 by now if you've killed every single thing in sight. Also, the lodge key allows you to go into the basement and have access to every crafting bench in the game. The research table, by the way, is in the middle. We don't need any of this because we're just going to go steal and loot all the best gear. But you can grab a med kit there if you want, and let's just quick save. So the first thing you should do now, because you're level 4, you'll have 2 skills to allocate. What you want to do is go to commerce and level that up. Now we have to buy or sell 75 unique items, which that's what we spent the early part of the game gathering up. All that junk inside our trunk is about to get sold, and we're going to level up our mercantile so that we can earn even more money and buy things even cheaper. So now I've pushed Ilm to go to my map, and I'm just going to teleport back to the ship, and that's just going to put me right in front of a vendor kiosk that I can now use to go to the next level, essentially. So here we are. We're going to exit the ship, and as soon as you exit the ship, there is this green machine on the very right here. I always do quick saves so I don't mess up any menus here, but we're going to go to the Trade Authority kiosk, and then I have it automatically set to sell, and looks like I can't. Oh, here it is. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to go buy, and then sell from ship inventory because we put all our junk in the ship. I'm going to go to MISC, and again, we're just going to just sell. It's fine. Just sell everything you got. And this does take time, but look at that. Buy or sell 75 unique items. It's pumping up. I'm using both my E button and my left click. And we don't want to go too far. There. Oh, I think we did a little too much there. All right, so it made the noise that we did it. We're going to go back to our screen here, level up commerce again with our next skill point. Now we have to do 150 unique items. Let's go ahead and reopen the kiosk once again. Sell from ship inventory, miscellaneous, and here we are. This is how we level. All that junk. Not only is it making us money, and we have a lot of money right now too. It's a pretty good amount. Next up is, you got to be a little careful with this. Resources are actually very useful. I don't recommend that you mass sell these, even though everything in here we can buy, and also we can simply, we can buy later. There's other ways to meet our goals, which I will show you in a little bit because we're going to do some shopping. So our next step is to get our mercantile finished off. So just go into every shop, essentially. We're going to go to the coffee shop, and we're going to buy one of everything. It's pretty cheap. Like, these are only, how much are they? 63 each. So just buy one. Don't buy a whole stack. All right, I think I missed one, but that's fine. It's whatever. Then we just walk away from the store and go to the next store over here and then buy, again, one of everything. We're going to sell it back. It's fine. And this is very important before we start stealing and grabbing very high value items to pump up our money and to buy very powerful ammo. So this does take a little bit of time, but what I like to do is when I go to a store, I just buy one bullet of every ammo type, which would set off alarm flags or alarm bells in real life if you were to do this at an ammo store. Never do this in real life. They'll be calling authorities on you. But in the video game, we're just doing it to, you know, raise our mercantile. So there we go. That's 9 right there. What about, we want cheap stuff. Apparel? You know, we could buy one of all of these. That's fine. They're pretty darn cheap. These are just jackets and stuff. We can go to Aid, and we can buy one of these. These are actually somewhat useful. They're some of them are a little bit more expensive. You can also buy the notes. They're pretty cheap. We have plenty of money. Next up would be resources here. These are the most useful things. So I'm just gonna buy one of everything here, and I'm not gonna record the whole thing, but you get the idea. Go to every shop and buy one of everything. All right, so my game actually crashed, and I had to start over. And instead of going and buying one of everything, I just sold one of most of my resources and one of most of my aids. So I never had to go out and buy anything anyway. But you could. But there we go. Now, we don't have a skill point yet to level up the last part of commerce, but we're going to get that very, very soon. Also, if you're trying to fast travel out after you've talked to Sarah and told her that you want some time to think about it by going to the map and trying to leave the planet, the game technically won't let you yet because it wants you to talk to Sarah and continue the main story quest. But all you have to do to bypass this, and I'm pretty sure this is intentional, it just isn't coded right, is you go to your cockpit and you have to manually go to takeoff and watch the little screen where your ship blasts off into space. And once you're in space, you are now allowed to free roam the entire game. You are now allowed to go anywhere where you can technically survive. And the way this game kind of gatekeeps you from the end-level content, so you can't exactly go to a level 90 zone and just grab something out of a chest, is if you try to get there, you're going to be attacked by space pirates, and they will just instantly blow up your ship. But I know some safe routes to get to some very high-level zones, and some zones are listed as high-level, but they're not really. But we're going to go get a super powerful weapon, and we have money for ammo, and it's going to be really nice. I'm going to show you how to do it. So here is where we're going to go. We're going to open the star map, and we're going to zoom out again. Currently, we're in the Alpha Centauri system. We're going to go up and left a bit to the Sol system, or Sol, I don't know how to pronounce it. We're going to click that, and no, we're not actually going to Sol. We're going to Velo. So from Sol is top right up here at Nerion. That's where we started the game. But we're going to go to Velo instead, which is kind of in the same zone. And then we're going to jump there. And that'll take just a little bit of time. Clickety-clack. And, oh, we have to power up our grav engine. I always forget. So power down laser, power up grav. And we're in safe zones. We won't be attacked by pirates. You don't have to worry about doing any kind of space combat. This entire video shouldn't involve space combat. So we should be good there. And instead of cutting the footage, you're just going to have to eat the loading screen. I'm sorry. But here we are. We're in Velo. We're going to wait for the scan to happen. We have no contraband. Later, we're getting a ship where we can have contraband, and when they scan us, they won't be able to detect any. So, let's see. Is this? There's Polvo. So we're going to open the map, and we're going to click Hopetown. That's right. We're going to Hopetown. This is just a settlement. This is not an actual city, so you're not going to get lost. It's very easy to make your way around this. And we're going to do a little bit of exploiting to get a very overpowered weapon that you wouldn't normally see in areas until your high 50s. That's right. The weapon we're about to go grab, you normally don't get access to until you're in your mid to high level 50s. But we're level 4, and we can equip it, we can shoot it, and we can afford it, sorta. Well, I'll show you what I mean by that. So we're in Hopetown. I'm gonna go ahead and do a quick save here, and we're gonna run forward, and it's storming right. I've never seen it storm here. Interesting. All right, and then to the right is the ranger station. We're gonna continue along this path. And to the right is the best defense store. Now, before we do any shenanigans in the store, I'm going to talk to the shopkeeper. We're going to see if he has what I like to call a daily driver. This is a gun that we will use when we're not using our super overpowered expensive stuff. So I'm just gonna skip his dialogue until it lets me talk to him and open his shop. Let's see what you have. All right, so first things first, let's check his weapons. And there's one specific weapon you should check everything you kill for and every shop you encounter. And it is a modified Grendel, which is right here. However, well, this one actually works. Okay, so there's a few mods we're looking for. This one half works. This one is a semi-automatic Grendel. That's exactly what we want. However, I would also prefer one with armor-penetrating rounds. That's the golden goose. But this is good enough. I'm going to go and buy it for 1,000. Now, the thing with the Grendels is they are very cheap on ammo. Everybody you kill is going to have ammo for this gun. Now, normally I'm going to buy a regular... Hold on, no, I'm not. I'm going to show you the power of the Grendel real quick through save scumming so that you understand how good this gun is. So first off, let me show you the regular Grendel, which is awful, terrible, terrible weapon. Never use the regular Grendel. And then I'm going to show you what semi-automatic does in this game. I don't know if it's bugged or if it's intentional, but we're going to equip a regular Grendel. It does 3 physical damage, and it's a semi-automatic. Or, I'm sorry, this one is a full auto. So this is what it looks like. It just blah, blah, blah. And also, why does no one care if I'm shooting guns? Let's go to an incredibly tanky, named character here. This one is Nia Kalu. She's level 30. I'm just going to spray into her body, and look at it. This is a full clip. Look how much damage I did to her. Her health is barely tickled, right? I'm only hitting her for like 3 per bullet. It's really crappy. And let's load game now, because obviously we don't want to continue that dimension where we've hurt an innocent person. Not yet, at least. And did I save after buying that? I did not. Oh, wait. Yeah, I did. Okay, no. I'm in the wrong menu here. Modified Grendel. This is simply semi-automatic. It's the exact same gun, except now when I pull the trigger, it shoots 1 bullet at a time, so I have to left-click multiple times. You may think, well, that sucks. How can that possibly be better? And it is in so much regard. So here we go, same character. Now look at my damage. 18, 18, 18, 8. And it stuns her. It's stun locking her. She can't exactly fight back. Look at her. She's about to die on a single clip. Now, obviously, I missed some shots, but you can see the DPS difference it's night and day, right? I put 3 to 4 magazines at full auto into her, and I barely chunked her at all. Whereas the semi-auto almost killed her completely. That's why we want that gun. Now, the guns are randomized in the shops. When you play, this character may not have that gun for sale. So you just have to check random shops and bodies and corpses until you find it. But let me just also add, once you find one that has armor piercing on it, boy oh boy, you're in heaven, because that weapon will deal even more damage and stun lock, and you can hit people from across zones with it. It's super accurate. It's one of the best guns in the game, and you're never going to run out of ammo. It's everywhere. It's so cheap to maintain and have. So let me show you an example of a really good daily driver gun right here. It's the exact same one. This is a Grendel with armor-piercing rounds and semi-automatic. I also have suppressor for sneaking and a bunch of other stuff on it. But essentially, this is the kind of weapon that you eventually want to grab. It is insanely powerful. I'm just going to fire into the crowd and shoot some guards and show you just how stupid this weapon truly is. So, obviously, the civvies, they don't do much, but the security guards here, they take huge amounts of damage. They're taking 40 on headshots, and, you have the ammo to spare. This thing is great for clearing out, camps, settlements, just whatever you want. It makes such short work of everything that you do it with. And like I said, the ammo is just infinite. You're never not going to have ammo. Like, when I kill these guys, boom, 22 bullets, easy. Every single thing that you kill is going to have this ammo. It's so common. You absolutely want a semi-auto Grendel. It's overpowered. Anyway, back to getting the most broken, overpowered weapon ever. So what we're going to do is we're going to open his back door here, which he doesn't seem to mind or care. Also, it's kind of annoying that this guard is, like, standing in the way here. Sometimes you can kind of, like, run into them and they will mosey away. You can also sit in the chair and wait. But we're going to grab this trash can, and sometimes this bugs out and counts as stealing. But let's see what happens. Okay, nothing happened. No one's angry. I've got this trash can here. Nice. Right? And so what we're going to do is we're going to, you see these 2 guns on these shelves? Well, not that one. We can just yoink that one off the shelf. This one, we're just going to knock it off the shelf there. And, ooh, that's a bad spot here. Let's try to scoop it this way. And, oh no. Okay, we're going to have to load game because that one is, I'm not getting that one out of the corner ever. It's stuck. So yeah, we have to load that one. Ooh, boy. So let's try this again. And I have the trash can in my hand, and we have the gun on the floor. We're just going to sweep it. Just sweep it. Just kick it around on the ground. As awkward as this is. There we are. A little too hard. Okay. Here, let's squat down. And you gotta play like ping pong with it. We got this person in the way, but we can still kind of make it work. And what we're gonna do is, oh, I don't have the door open on my quick save. All right, open the door. Don't touch the gun. Make sure that you don't ever lay hands on this, or otherwise it's over. And we're just gonna knock it over here into the corner. There we go. Let go of the trash can, and we're gonna shut the door. So no one can see us, no one's looking at us. We're in sneak mode. Make sure you're crouched, and then we're going to pick it up. There we go. Mission accomplished. We just got one of the strongest guns in the early game that you're ever going to get. Next up, we're going to stand over here, make sure no one's looking at us. Like, of course, the shopkeeper is. Do a quick save. We're going to crouch, and we're going to try to yoink this one off the shelf. On the very pixel, there it is. Okay, so they saw that. I'm going to quick load, and we're going to rinse and repeat. If you still can't get it, if, like, the NPCs are staring at you, you can sit on a chair and wait an hour, or you can just try, like, this NPC has got eyes on me, so that sucks. So, again, we could just grab the trash can and scoot it along the ground and hide it from their view, or I can sit here in the chair, and then I can wait 1 hour for the NPC to maybe mosey along. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Nope, she didn't. She's still there staring at me. So we'll go 6 hours, you know, just wait. And eventually they'll get tired and go home, or, you know, follow their local whatever the heck. And if that still doesn't work, just use the trash can method. But normally you can snatch that one off the shelf pretty quick. Obviously this person is sus as hell, and so they're not moving. Sometimes you can grab the trash can and you can put it over their head, and then they can't see you. But it doesn't always work, and also it falls off sometimes. But I'm going to go ahead and just trash can method this one into the back room, shut the door, and yoink it off the floor. So we've stolen the 2 weapons, and they are amazing guns. They're called the Advanced Mag Shear. Now, right here is the ammo type, .50 MI. We're going to go ahead and equip one. And then this is where a lot of the early money that we have comes into play, because we're going to buy some ammo from this man. We're going to go to ammo. We're going to go to the .50 MI array. These things are 200 and, no, they're 32 per bullet, and we can buy 240 bullets. 7.6K, that's like half our money, essentially. It's worth it. We're going to buy another set of ammo in a bit with the rest of our money, because we're gonna blow through this ammo like crazy. So let's go ahead and load it in. And I'm going to show you how much damage this does, just so you can see why we bought this, or why we stole this. And I'm also going to show you how to unsteal it later, so we don't get it confiscated. But I'm going to do a quick save here, and we're back once again at this NPC, and we're just watch her health, just goodbye health bar. It's gone, and look at that. It only took like 20 bullets. But the way you want to use this weapon is you want to just tap fire, just light little taps. Also, she revives, so like tap tap tap. That way you're not wasting any bullets, and it will look. She just revived once again. She is unkillable. She's like a vampire or something. But yes, that weapon alone will let us go to very high level zones and just delete the enemies with no fuss, no mess. And also we can sell the other one for a huge chunk of money. So what we're going to do now is we're going to travel back to the original planet by pushing Ilm, zooming out a few times, going down here to Alpha Centauri, clicking that. And then we're going to go to the Jemison planet here. But you can also use it for your AFK farming on outposts. But again, you can choose whatever you want. For this playthrough, I am going to choose the Cyber Runner, just because I like having the stealth icon on my screen. In this game, whenever you crouch down, you'll enter stealth, and in most Bethesda games, you'll see a stealth icon indicator. You don't get that until you have 1 level in stealth. I like having the level in security. But again, I would highly recommend Diplomat just because you start with Commerce, so it saves you a level. I'll start with Diplomat. I'll just go ahead and do that since that's what I'm recommending to you. As for trait choices, let me go over the best ones. You can pick whatever you want. commerce, so it saves you a level. I'll start with Diplomat. I'll just go ahead and do that since that's what I'm recommending to you. As for trait choices, let me go over the best ones. You can pick whatever you want, but I'm just going to explain. Alien DNA is more health and more stamina, which this game calls oxygen. And as far as healing and food items not being as effective, food items heal you for almost nothing. The healing kits heal you for a % over X amount of seconds, and this it's unnoticeable. You're mostly going to be healing from beds in this game anyway, so the healing items are so easy to get in this game, you're never going to be short on them. So this is just a straight buff to your character with really no downsides. The next one is Taskmaster, which means that your crew will repair your ship automatically, which is super useful during a firefight, and just handy in general for saving you repair costs. And the downside is that crews cost twice as much to hire, but we are going to be loaded and rich, and so money is no issue. If one guy costs 8,000 to hire and then city costs 16,000 to hire, we just loot a few extra guns and it pays for it. It's not a big deal. The final one is really ultimately your choice. I'm going to explain the two best ones. Dream Home sounds terrible. It sounds like you're in debt forever. That's a huge amount of money. It's not a huge amount of money. The way Dream Home works is every week you have to pay 500 credits to use your house. If you don't, you just can't enter the house. And it's also pretty cheap compared to other housing in this game. This is the ultimate cheap housing. It's one of the best houses in the game. They just give you one of the best houses. The only thing that the house really does, it's used for storage, decoration. You can put a bunch of crafting benches in it if you want to do crafting. But those things are scattered all over the game and in your ships. So there's no shortage of any of this. It's just an extra fun place to go to. You can't get this home normally in the game. The only way to access this house is through this trait. It is the only way. Also, the next one is Wanted. Now, this sounds bad. It sounds really bad to have random encounters where people try to kill you. But what this is free loot.
Hi guys, Luna here, and welcome back to yet another Starfield guide video. I've done all you can do in Starfield and played just under 300 hours in the last 3 weeks making guides for the game, and in doing so, I've picked up a lot of useful information and wanted to share. For example, did you know you can change the weather by simply fast traveling to your location you're already at? So I have 80 tips which are useful for new players, and hopefully some for players who've spent longer in the game find useful as well. Let's jump into number 1 with some XP tips, and then move on to exploration. You can craft Alien Tea, which gives you 2% XP for 15 minutes, which is super useful to use before you finish quests. Sleeping will give you a 10% XP boost, which you get for 24 hours in-game, and sleeping when you're married gives you a 15% XP boost. Sleeping will also remove status effects and heal your health. Shepherd's Pie from the Well will give you a 2% XP boost for 60 minutes, and you can stack XP so long as it's not the same kind of XP boost, so you can't eat 10 Shepherd's Pies, but Alien Tea, Shepherd's Pie, and Sleeping can all stack together. Make sure you always check if you have an addiction. It can easily go unnoticed and reduce your carry weight and O2 recovery significantly. I played for a long time. Move on to exploration. You can craft Alien Tea, which gives you 2% XP for 15 minutes, which is super useful to use before you finish quests. Sleeping will give you a 10% XP boost, which you get for 24 hours in-game, and sleeping when you're married gives you a 15% XP boost. Sleeping will also remove status effects and heal your health. Shepherd's Pie from the Well will give you a 2% XP boost for 60 minutes, and you can stack XP so long as it's not the same kind of XP boost, so you can't eat 10 Shepherd's Pies, but Alien Tea, Shepherd's Pie, and Sleeping can all stack together. Make sure you always check if you have an addiction. It can easily go unnoticed and reduce your carry weight and O2 recovery significantly. I played for a long time and didn't notice I had an addiction. One of the easiest legitimate XP methods is to travel to a level 75 system on very easy and land at either a coast or forest, and you get loads of swarms of high level passive enemies. You can kill them for thousands of XP a minute, especially with your XP boosts. You also deal more damage if you fully survey them. If you find NPCs on a planet, such as civilian outposts, construction crews, or science teams, they often have someone who's a vendor or provisioner. Some vendors will sell you notes, items which lead you to things on planets like gear, which is often legendary. Outposts are also worth searching, as some of them contain illegal contraband. You can fast travel straight to a location you've previously been to without getting in your ship and taking off. You can also fast travel to other locations on a planet that you've previously been to by opening your scanner and simply hitting fast travel. You can sneak better if you unequip your spacesuit. You can pick up items and move them around like you could in the Elder Scrolls or Fallout by holding down the interact button on an object, allowing you to place things or steal them more easily, and this also works if you punch items, as certain things can't be interacted with. You can rotate the objects as well if you want to place them easier. You can use your cutter on red doors where the hinges are facing you to destroy them. They usually have stuff hidden behind them. Your bedroom in the lodge has a safe with unlimited storage space. You can open any mannequin case without lockpicking it by putting your cursor in the small opening. You can fast travel to mission objectives by simply opening the main menu and hitting set course, and then hold the travel button. So you can get from New Atlantis to Neon in seconds, or any other mission location you're heading to. Unless, of course, you've never been there, in which case you can only fast travel to orbit. AMP will let you travel around planets much faster. When jumping from high, hit your boost just before landing to break your fall. If you're over encumbered, you won't lose any O2 when walking if you're aiming down sights. Jumping and then entering photo mode, you can then use the camera to see further into the distance. Chests that contain loot will have a green light on them to differentiate them from empty chests. You can hail just about any ship in Starfield, and you'll often be able to trade with them as well. If you hear a beeping noise that gets faster and faster when you're on a planet, it means the environmental damage is about to give you an affliction. For example, if you're out in freezing rain or a sandstorm, you might hear the noise shortly before you get frostbite or lung damage. One of the best ways to earn money early in game is to play faction questlines, with the Crimson Fleet missions rewarding you with over 300,000 credits as a reward for their 10 missions. The Crimson Fleet faction missions is also where you will find the game's best weapon, the Revenant. Read all the books you come across. 10 of them will show you the location of snow globes. If you collect them all, you're rewarded with a secret armor with the best damage resistance of any of the armors in the game. Doing the Ryujin faction missions, one will give you a unique ability to control people, which will make them fight in combat for you. It's also handy to have a cutter on you when you're mining, but Heller's cutter you can find where you first start the game is particularly good against robots. You can fall from greater heights when you're in lower gravity planets. If you're over encumbered and you sprint, you eventually start to lose health, but it won't drop below 5%. Companions only disagree with your actions if they witness them. If you plan to murder someone, ask your companion to wait while you do it out of sight.
What's happening, darling?
go.
Oxygen depletion of your spacesuit is directly tied to how much your mass is, so carrying more stuff or landing on a planet with higher gravity will make your O2 drain faster. Before you go out exploring, always accept some constellation missions, as you can passively complete them while exploring and earn extra XP and credits. You can use the battle simulator in the mast building after joining the UC Vanguard to level up piloting and other skills that require destroying enemy ships. Upgrade your jetpack skill and equip a skip pack. You can jetpack long enough for your O2 to recover, making traveling easier. The Astrophysics perk can get you a ton of XP if you max rank it, and that is because you can sit in one solar system and scan all the other systems around you for thousands of XP. This method also gets you plenty of credits for scan info. You can take them to Vladimir after you meet him on the Eye early in the story, and he will give you the most credits for your survey data. While it's fun to play with a companion, the Isolation perk makes you very overpowered, perfect for exploring dungeons on very hard, with up to 40% damage increase and 60% damage reduction. When lockpicking, if you get level 2 in lockpicking, the lockpicks will either be blue or white. The white means that there's no way that this configuration will fit into the current ring that you're trying to pick. This will rule out some of the options you have to make lockpicking easier. The Gymnastics level 2 skill will give you a higher 0G speed, so you can move faster when you're in low gravity, and sprinting in 0G gives you a boost. Putting a point into stealth will allow you to make sneak attacks for high initial damage with your first shot when you're hidden. This allows you to kill high level enemies much easier. Weapon and armor damage resistance are determined by the quality, with the superior quality being best, so getting a legendary superior weapon, for example, will be the best kind you can find. Weapons scale with levels, so don't worry too much about farming good gear, as it will become obsolete very quickly, especially in early game where you gain a lot of levels fast. It means even the common guns from the vendors can quickly deal more damage than your best legendary weapon you found earlier in the game, as it's now a much lower level. Unique weapons rarity is tied to level. They start as rare, but you get above level 60 and you can start to find them in epic and legendary, and that's the same for unique armors, so they're probably best not to collect them until you're much later in the game. Some weapons come with a perk called Med Theft that will make enemies drop more health packs. You can get legendaries easily by landing in a location on very hard, and once you get past the loading screens, you can change to easy, and all the enemies will be easy, but the loot table will be set to very hard, making getting a legendary at the end of the dungeon much more likely. Some outfits have more than just looks. They have useful skills, elemental resistances, and one of the best ones, the UC Armored Fatigues, gives you a plus 25 armor resistance, as well as plus 5% reload speed. You can equip armors, weapons, and outfits to your companions.
I'll be counting the minutes to our next chat. I miss talking to you already.
You also only need to give them 1 ammo for the weapon you can equip to them, and companions can also be equipped with grenades. You can hide your spacesuit when you're in settlements to make things more immersive. The best place to sell gear in-game is the Crimson Fleet space station, the Key, because there's 5 vendors all next to each other and will also buy your stolen goods and contraband. You can also sell stolen ships here as well.
I don't know about you, but
if you're looking for somewhere else, you can sell contraband at the Den in the Wolf system without going through any scans. You can reset vendors if you wait 48 hours in local time in the game. You can sell your stolen goods to the Trade Authority vendor, and then you can rebuy it from the buyback option for the same price, and it will no longer be marked as stolen. You can board ships and steal them for profit when on planets. You can also board ships and not steal them, but simply loot the captain's locker and cargo hold, which usually contain lots of credits. You can also unlock the targeting perk to disable ships' engines and then board them and steal them while in space. Or you can interact with ships in space, and many times there is an option to pirate them. Sometimes they will attack, but sometimes they will just hand over all their cargo. You can access your ship's cargo within 200 meters to store stuff without having to walk to your ship and store it. It's even better in settlements like New Atlantis, where you can access your ship's cargo from pretty much anywhere in the city, so you don't have to carry around things making you over-encumbered. At stores, you can also buy and sell goods straight from your ship's cargo. Registering your stolen ship via the ship menu is cheaper than registering it at a shipyard or trader. That way you will get more money from your stolen ships when you sell them. The value of an item is not the same as its sell price. If you invest in the commerce skill, it will bring the two prices closer together though. Heal your ship in combat, you need to have ship parts in your ship's cargo hold in order to do it. If you're building a ship, go to the ship company's headquarters as they will sell more parts. If you build a landing pad at your outpost, you will be able to buy ship parts from all the different vendors. Ship parts are level locked, so stuff will unlock every 10 levels or so until you reach level 60, so it's impossible to get the best possible ship until you're a higher level. If you assign Vasco to your ship, he will exit the ship whenever you land, and he will talk to you. And even better, Vasco doesn't take up a crew slot. If you've unlocked the piloting skill, you can hold down RB or the spacebar, and this will use your ship's thrusters, cutting your engine, allowing you to turn your ship much quicker while keeping your original momentum. This makes combat a lot easier. You can rename your ship from the flight check screen in the ship builder at any time. You can also rename your weapons as well. Don't forget to do research as much as you can. All the game's best mods, healing, and outpost building components are locked behind them. You can also use Synapse Alpha to make it a lot easier. The best place on a planet to build an outpost is where you land, as it's one of the only places that is flat enough for a good settlement. Ships will create a large flat square that you can build on. Outposts cannot be placed within 300 meters of a structure, and can't be placed at all in the same instance as major towns and cities. Set up outposts on different planets to generate resources easily by building. You can link them so they're available wherever you are. From a crafting station menu, you can track items you need for particular crafting or research projects. Those items will be highlighted when you come across them in the world. Keep crafting materials in your ship's cargo, and you can use them for materials to build stuff at your outposts and craft weapons and ammo mods at your workbenches without having them in your inventory. You can get materials without mining by blasting asteroids, also search rocks inside of caves. You can also loot raw materials if you come across cargo containers. You can build a bounty remover in your outpost as well as mission boards. So guys, there we have it. 80 of the best tips I could think of for Starfield for new players. I tried to avoid as many basic tips as I could, and hopefully there were some in there that you didn't know. If there was any tips that I didn't cover, make sure to leave them in the comments below. Like and subscribe for more Starfield guides, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
All right, ace jack suited. I'm going to open to 2.2 and then make a decision. Against Auntie Ninja, probably have to call. Now we'd probably call a 3-bet. All right, that's good news. So GoPro Warrior. He's not going to 3-bet me here too often, I wouldn't imagine, based on what I know, since I know who it is. Okay, let's take a look. I'm going to bet this one. 40% we're betting. We're not going to get check raised here. We are going to get called by a king. We're going to get called by straight draws. We're going to get called by 7. And we're going to get called by worst jacks. Okay, notice sometimes we check this, sometimes we bet this, right? It's a combination. If he check raises, that's fucking scary. Ooh, we did. Scary, but it could be draws, right? And we have some backdoor stuff. We have jacks with a club draw. We have a whole bunch of stuff. He could have queen 10. He could have a whole bunch. So we're not going to fold right now to the check raise, but we are concerned. Ooh, now that fills the queen 10. It fills the 10-8. And those are the draws that he could check raise the flop with, other than ace 10. So if he can bet this card, now we just don't beat anything. We don't beat enough. We don't beat kings up. We don't beat a king. We don't beat 8-10. We don't beat queen 10. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is an important hour, obviously. This is the last hour of, as you can see, the total prize pool is now over 5 million. 5,022,000. Now the min cash is 50, which means those boys who are in for a bunch of bullets have even bigger climb to get to profitability. GoPro Warrior, ever since he told me who he was in the text, he's been doing good, right? Lucky. All right, what is this shit? Fuck. Against 12, 11. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. All right, 1. Yeah, fuck. Brutal, but I got to call. Brutal, but got to call minutes. Oh, hello. That's 2 pairs. Wee Zhao. Let's go, Wee Zhao. I hope he has like, well, I don't know. Just fucking whatever. I just hope I win. Now let's just put it in. What's the difference? All right, you were drawing dead. He was drawing dead for real. I could just call there, but fuck it. I don't know. Maybe I should have. I don't know. Fuck, I don't know, man. That might not have been ideal. And you're like, Daniel's playing too tight. You look at my number, 30. That's the percentage of hands I've played. Nobody else at the table's played more. He's got GoPro over there. He's played 30 as well, and he's got a big stack. Okay, we're going to open 2.2 with the 7s, and this would be we would have to call against Wee Zhao. All right. That's what we were thinking about often. It's like, all right, which stacks do we have to call off against? Another fine result. Pick up 2 big blinds here, 2 big blinds there. Pick up 2 10s here. Obviously, this is a call, not a limp, but a call off against Wee Zhao. Pretty much everybody. Well, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Go ahead, Wee Zhao. I'll play with you. Have ace 9. Now, if somebody else goes all in, that makes things fucking more difficult. And then I've got a suspect situation. All right. Good luck. I don't mean it, of course. King Jack. All right. 2 10s. Hold. Hold. Hold, baby. Hold. Hold. Make it a heart. Let's have a heart. Let's have a heart. Let's have a heart. Let's have a heart. Yes, it's a heart. Booyah kasha! Woo! Big pot. Big pot. I know it didn't seem like big. 18 bigs, but I'll take it. Woo! 75 bigs now, ladies and gents. We're starting to get it done. All right, what do we got? 2.2 again. Let's just keep playing the rush, as they say. All right, up to 75 bigs. We are back in the top 10. Average is 48. Coming from my man, GoPro Warrior. Yes, now we're going to flop a deuce. Okay, did we flop a deuce? We didn't. But hold on. Hold the phone. That's actually not a bad flop. Andras Nemeth, 2 super high roll. Oh, sweet. Good flop. Super millions, super high roller millions. GG. Andras Nemeth, 7.7 million. Losing the voice a little bit. 80 big blinds. Yes, mother. Yes. Yes. Let's go. We're playing great today. Let's do it. 954. We are the pre-flop raiser. We didn't get 3-bet by Alex Theologist, so with the deuces there, we got to fire one time. Not always, but that was a good spot to do it. Get hands like King Queen, King Jack to fold, whatever. Ace highs. 2.2 it is. Catch our bearings at this new table. New information, new stuff. Gotta like start all over a little bit. Okay, let's take a look here. I'm gonna go ahead and bet this one. 40% pot, and we plan to check fold this. We also plan to barrel this too, if we have to. All right, not anymore. Now we just check it back. We've hit the queen. We've got showdown value. We beat a 9. We beat a 7. We've got a gut shot still. We're up against one guy with a big stack of chips here. This is going to be a check always. All right, that's not a great card. Now we don't beat a king or we don't beat a 9. We beat a 7 and we chop with a queen. So, and we beat all flush draws. We also block 10-8, which is a missed straight draw. 6-8 he could have. I think we'll probably pay this off if he bets. I mean, this is too thin for value. There's nothing. We're not going to bet to try to get a 7 to call. Ah, sweet. Okay, that's too thin. Right, as played. Yeah, too thin. Queen. More like happy to just take it. It's too thin because you're only trying to get called by exactly a 7. You know? And if you get check raised, you screwed yourself. And you bet the worst hand sometimes. He checks a king there sometimes. You can't lose what you don't put in the middle. Said, what's his name? Mikey McD. 7s, okay. It's going to be an open. I'm actually going to fold this fucking hand. I know you guys think I'm nuts. You're going to think I'm nuts. Fucking nuts. I know, Thomas. I don't like this with fucking 15, 16, 26 behind. Don't like it. Folding the 7s. And the flop was queen 10-5. We would have been in tough. Oh man, he had ace 7. Oh, look at that. 8's behind us. We would have lost anyway. So the problem with it too, right? So he raised. That was probably the bottom, one of the worst hands in his range there. But again, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people behind you, and you have 7s in the middle. And again, one of the things you want to be wary of, especially with good players when they're short stacks behind like that, is if you're flatting too often, and they start to know that, then you become bait, right? Where they're like, oh, sweet, squeeze time. Daniel's just calling too often, so he can't defend. So we're gonna jam. So we fold the 7s. If I was the button, like white lied, I would have called with the 7s. And the reason for that, again, is number of players behind you. And the stacks behind him, too, were like big. They're not going to re-raise there as much. Jason Kuhn and Pavlo. I had old fishing behind me. And white lied. 3s. Okay. Pair of 3s. Against some shorties. Thomas, Samuel are in pushy size. What do we do here against Samuel's open? I think I might fucking stick this one in his face. Let's see, I think I do. Yeah. Kind of brutal, but I think I do. We are gonna just fucking rip it, people. It's gonna be a rip! Rip and fold, baby. Just go away. Just fucking fold. Phew! Rip and duck. Fucking, you take the 2 3s, you rip, and then you go, oh shit. Duck. Right? Fuck me, you don't want to get called. You flip, you could flip, but I'd rather just take it right there. That's never a bad result. Pick up 4.4 bigs in terms of buy-ins. All of a sudden, the stacks are like leveling out, you know? They're not as short. All right, now we got the ace 7 suited. I'm coming a little stronger, Jason. No more 10-3 suiteds with you. Ace suited. What now? You want to do some dumb shit? Crazy shit? Just call. Fuck, fold. That's even better. We are near 7, well, yeah, 7 minutes of real time. and then people can buy in through the break. See, lots of people still doing it, getting in for 11 big blinds. 220. We are at 220 players, so we'll go over that. All right, this is going to be a defend against Pavlo. Defend and tread carefully. As I say that, we flop 2 pair. I don't love the check raising on this board. I think it's a good thing. Let's see now. Let's generate. I'm going to check again. We are certainly going for 2/3 pot. Oh, looking to get called by a 10, by ace highs, by pocket pairs. A bunch of draws missed, right? He can call a decent amount of stuff here against 2/3 pot. Maybe he has an 8 and raises us. If so, we're not going to just call. Oh, maybe we will. Hold on. All right. Good fold. Oh my god. Now there's 80 players left? 255. Look how many fucking people bought in for 10 bigs. You guys think I'm crazy? Holy shit. Oh my god. Prize pool 6. I told you, over 6 million. Wow. Huh. Final numbers. It's going to pay 30 spots at 81. Got a whole bunch of shorties now. The game's going to change with all these guys buying in for 10 bigs. Man, Adamo. Fuck, he's in for 200K. Wow. Ross Cole has 277K. Adamo, we just fold to his thing. Radoja. Okay, we're just going to min raise here because of Bajakowski's stack. Mark Radoja. He busted us in one of the other ones, right? Remember? Very nice. So the average stack, as you can see, obviously with all these guys buying in for 10, the average stack went way down. 32 bigs. All right. Now we just, we continue to look for good spots. We continue to play when we're supposed to. Be wary of the situation, where those stacks are. So here's the funny thing. When you play poker tournaments and stuff, everyone's always worried about where the big stacks are. You should be more concerned with where those little stacks are. It sounds crazy, right? The big stacks are there. They're whatever. They're not going to have it's not going to have a direct impact on how on you playing hands. Whereas the little ones will have a huge impact. Right? So for example, let's say you open for 2, and there's a guy with 8 big blinds, and you don't know what you would do. When you open, oh fuck, should I call? Should I not? So if you're not thinking of that, then you might put yourself in a situation where you don't know what you're doing. You got to think about it before you raise. Go, well, what if they move in? Can I call? Can I not? So you should have your decision already made. Okay, we're going to have a min raise again. I'm already thinking, I'm trying to do the math in my head. 12. All right, he just flatted. Okay, that's a pretty fucking good flop. So good that I'm just going to check one time. I'm just going to check this hand again. This is so goofy. Fuck, man. So goofy. All right, we have the best hand. 8s and 3s with an ace. We'll just call if he bets, and I'm just going to check it back. And then everyone can laugh, because they'll be like, holy fuck, what a hand you had. I'm going to call if he bets. All right, we can check it back. Oh, ace kicker. Say haha. So he had showdown value, so he didn't need to bluff. He You had showdown value. But see, here's the thing. You're all going to look at that and be like, what the fuck, man? Why would you check? That's a hand you should bet. Because if I don't have the... I'd like to have, in my betting range and my checking range, some really strong fucking hands. Makes you much more difficult to play against when you know I can have that. You're like, holy shit, you can have the nut flush draw and a fucking pair with an ace kicker? Whew. What we would have won like a small c-bet. That's it. As it turned out, right? But if a 3 came, well, obviously then we get it all. And he could only hit a deuce that wasn't a heart. So he only had 2 outs. Ace 10 suited. This will be a min-raise call-off against Yuri and Bajikowski as well. Now, if Adamo goes all in, that's a tough part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. I'm gonna fold. I mean, after all, it is just fucking ace 10. In the position that we're in is under the gun +1. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players behind us that can put us in the squeeze where we call off the 14 bigs and can't even call the jam, or somebody, yeah, there we go, Makita. So, ace 10 was not in first, I don't think. Deuces. Ace 10, oh fuck, he's got bad news for him. Oh yeah, the 10 of diamonds, maybe he wins. Well, we would have lost. Wow. We would have lost. But if we were in Makita's spot on the button, we would have played. Again, that was positional, right? The strength of hand you need, or the earlier the position, the jam, the stronger, right? Ace 10 is like suited, ooh, big deal. And suited look, when you're deep and you're not playing deep stack poker, suited doesn't matter that much. Suited matters a lot earlier when you're trying to realize equity on flop, turn, and river where you got flush draws. There's no fucking flop, turn, and river. It's just in or out. So it's ace 10 is what it is. Ace 10 with a little bit of juice, right? Big deal. Oh, but it was suited. It's just ace 10. Players dropping like flies, of course. Now we have 65 left, and 30 will make the money, which the min cash is 52,000 large. Large. Stacks of high society. 5 stacks of high society. All right, deep enough stacks here in the blinds, we can go ahead and play pretty normal now with a 2.2 with the 10-5 suited. All right, if anyone fucks with us, we'll just let him do it. It's fine. All right, just a flat. That's nice. At this stack depth, you're not gonna have the boom all in fucking jams. So that's a good flop for us. We block 9, 10 of spades. We're gonna be bluffing this one. Oh no, actually I'm gonna check this one back. One time, I fucking rolled a 99. But we are gonna bomb this fucking turn and river. There's the king of spades. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a bomb. That's a great card for us because we actually fucking do have spades. And we're going to go for 3.2. 3.1. No, 3.2. And then we have to fucking bomb the river. We block 9, 10 of spades. The king is a little worrisome, right? He could have a king. If he check raises, we're kind of fucked. All right, fuck. No, we still have to bomb it, right? Well, no, I don't think we do, because we have spades. This is the wrong kind of hand to bluff with in this spot. When he check calls flop, or he check calls turn, queen jack, he doesn't have spades. So we need him to have spades. I think this is a bad combo to bluff with, as it turns out. It is. It is a bad combo. Because we need him to have spades. All right, we're going to just give up. Sevens. Fuck. Might have worked. He would have taken a few bets. He might have called, though, to be honest with you. Like, it's a good call. Because here's the thing. He's not worried about a 9, right? He can call throwing, this is a king, trips, or nothing. His sevens don't block 10 jack, queen jack. I think he would have called me, actually. I think it would have been a good call, too. Yeah, he would have called for sure. That hand. Let's see. Sevens with the spade. Yeah. All right, we got a flush draw this time. Again, I mean. All right, we're going to bet small. Take it down. All right, what do we got here? Pocket tens. Let's see. All right, we're definitely going to bet. I'm betting 40% this time. We don't want to hear check raise. All right, we got called. We're going to bet this again. 5.2. Half pot. We're just trying to charge a 9 or a gut shot, and if he has a king, he's not going to raise us unless he makes kings up, I don't think. So this is our way of kind of like getting to showdown for whatever price we choose. All right, king's going to always call. No point in bluffing. We hope he has a 9 or a misdraw. King wins, buddy. If you have a king, take it. Fuck, ace king. Jesus, we just got so lucky right now. I was just telling Kuhn about the hand, and he agrees. Spade's bad to have there. Yeah, that was a good give up. All right, wow. So guys, just so you know, we are still in this tournament because Ross Cola slow played the ace king. If he would have re-raised this pre-flop, we would be out of this tournament right now. Okay? So let's focus on that. Focus on the fact that we have the average stack and we could be out. Ace king against tens and we lost the flip. Okay, a couple of fours. This could be awkward too with this stack size. Quite awkward actually. We're getting to the point where it's difficult to set mine, but in this spot we have to. 1.5 to win 5, 6.4, yeah. Alright, we just have to hope Kuhn doesn't squeeze. And fucking flop a 4 is what we need to do. Come on, baby. Where's that 4? We haven't flopped any sets, have we? Can't think of any. Oh, there's the fucking 4 and the 3. I'm gonna re-raise this one. .6 with the ace queen. And against Ross Cola, if he jams, we're in fucking tough spot. Oh my god. Fuck. What did I just do? He jams instantly. This is the same guy who didn't fucking play the ace king. 27 bigs. Fuck. Should have just flatted. Well, I mean, I rolled a fucking good number to do it. All right, buddy. I'm not going to call it off, so you win. Nice. King, jack, 6. Yeah, it's a good fold. Couple reasons. That was not a bluff. Promise you that. I mean, yeah, sure, there's a chance he had jacks. But if you're hoping jacks and tens is your like best case scenario, but otherwise it's ace king or fucking aces, kings, queens, you want to get away with that one. So we left ourselves maneuverability off 32 bigs. So we can go from 32 to 27. All right. Now for the nitty gritty. This is the grind part. 23 bigs. The blinds just went up. On one bullet. King 10 suited. 2.2 it is. Okay, let's go. 2.2, ladies and gents. Off of 22. Again, this one I'd have to fold to a 3-bet, which sucks. But we would. Ah, fuck. Yeah, even the small 3-bet like that. Again, we're short stacked. That's just not. He's not going to be fucking dicking around there. He's not dicking around here. Ooh, 3 jacks. 20 bigs. King 10 suited this time. So if Pedro jams, we would have fucking have to call this off, I think. If he limps, we're going to jam. We're going to play, that's for sure. We're going to do something. Yeah, fuck. Well, listen. 16 bigs. King 10 suited. It's too good to fold. I'm going to have to fucking gamble, y'all. Let's go. Good luck, us. Jack 10. Come on, baby. Hold. Fuck! Come on, man. What the fuck? Come on. Fucking joke. Fucking shit. Cock fuck. That's fucking frustrating. Son of a bitch. Damn! Fuck! Son of a fucking bitch. Cock fuck. Alright, well, we're getting it in this hand, that's for sure. Still have a chance. Double up, back in it. Ace 10 against Queen 5, alright. Okay, he needs a 5, 6, or a queen that is not a heart. Could be a 5. It's not. 5, 6. Motherfucker. Shit! The fuck, man. Son of a fuck. So annoying. So fucking annoying that was. Played our ass off today, too. Fuck. Fuck. Sorry to those who had a piece, but you saw what happened. I mean, what do you want from my life? Yep. Damn. All right. See you, Pete. So sometimes you do everything right and still you don't get the victory, but that's okay because if we keep playing like we did in this tournament going forward, you know good things are coming. So I hope you all enjoyed the ride. I hope you learned a little bit here and there about sort of how to use modern theory, incorporate it into your game, and really sort of have a deeper understanding of how beautiful the game of poker is. Good morning, people. The jacks is a tough one, right? Do the break. Are we up to 218? All right, so 2 more 4-8s available that he could hit, but we know we had one. They don't show that in the percentage updates. Okay, a couple of 4s. This could be awkward too with this stack size. Quite awkward, actually. We're getting to the point where it's difficult to set mine, but in this spot we have to. 1.5 to win 5, 6.4, yeah. Alright, we just have to hope Kuhn doesn't squeeze. And fucking flop a 4 is what we need to do. Come on, baby. Where's that 4? We haven't flopped any sets, have we? Can't think of any. Oh, there's the fucking 4 and the 3. I'm gonna re-raise this one. 5.6 with the ace queen. And against Roscola, if he jams, we're in fucking tough spot. Oh my god. Fuck. What did I just do? He jams instantly. This is the same guy who didn't fucking play the ace king. 27 bigs. Fuck. Should have just flatted. Well, I mean, I rolled a fucking good number to do it. Alright, buddy. I'm not going to call it off, so you win. Nice. King, Jack, 6. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good fold. Couple reasons. That was not a bluff. I promise you that. I mean, yeah, sure, there's a chance he had jacks. But if you're hoping jacks and tens is your like best case scenario, but otherwise it's ace king or fucking aces, kings, queens, you want to get away with that one. So we left ourselves maneuverability off 32 bigs. So we can go from 32 to 27. While the average is 40. Oh, that one's stung. But again, we're only alive because of Roscola. Because Roscola did not 3-bet the ace king when we had 2 tens, and he would have flopped the king and we would have been out. Instead, we lost a decent amount of chips, but... All right. Now for the nitty-gritty. This is the grind part. 23 bigs. The blinds just went up. On one bullet. King 10 suited. 2.2 it is. Okay, let's go. 2.2, ladies and gents. Off of 22. Again, this one I'd have to fold to a 3-bet, which sucks. But we would. Ah, fuck. Yeah, even the small 3-bet like that. Again, we're short stacked. That's just not. He's not going to be fucking dicking around there. He's not dicking around here. Ooh, 3 jacks. See, he can't see what the flop would have come, so I can tell him. Bigs. I don't think you guys realize, but like I can look at every hand in the hand history, so I don't need to actually watch in real time. But yeah, but I promise you I'm paying attention. Bigs. King 10 suited this time. So if Pedro jams, we would have fucking have to call this off, I think. If he limps, we're going to jam. We're going to play, that's for sure. We're going to do something. Yeah, fuck. Well, listen. 16 bigs. King 10 suited. It's too good to fold. I'm going to have to fucking gamble, y'all. Let's go. Good luck, us. Jack 10. Come on, baby. Hold. Fuck! Come on, man. The fuck? Come on. Fucking joke. Fucking shit. Cock fuck. That's fucking frustrating. Son of a bitch. Damn! Fuck! Son of a fucking bitch. Cock fuck. Alright, well, we're getting it in this hand, that's for sure. Still have a chance. Double up, back in it. Ace 10 against Queen 5, alright. Okay, he needs a 5, 6, or a queen that is not a heart. Could be a 5. It's not. 5, 6. Motherfucker. Shit! The fuck, man. Son of a fuck. The fuck just happened here, Apple Music? Fuck. Holy fuck, man. Son of a fuck on that fucking flop. Jeez. What a fucking waste, bro. My God. Fuck. King 10 suited against Jack 10 and fucking Ace 10 of hearts. Ah! Fuck. So annoying. So fucking annoying that was. Played our ass off today, too. Fuck. Fuck. Mm. All right, well, I don't know what's next. We have one more shot at the main event. Fucking joke. Ah, fuck. King 10 against Jack. Okay, so you guys seem to love it. You love the content I've been doing. We're going to give you more. We're going to give you more of the editing. What do we got today? We have a progressive bounty. Those are kind of fun. At least $200 awarded for each player, and then it gets progressive where, let's see, how does that say? So I'm going to read it exactly how it says it. Each time a player is eliminated, 50% of their current bounty is awarded to the player who eliminated them, and the remaining 50% is added to that player's bounty. So let's look at the structure, shall we? Structure. All right, we got 25,000 in chips, 250 big blinds. 15-minute levels, plenty. Okay, so as you can see, over the heads of each player, you will see a money amount, right? You'll see $200. So that's the bounty on their head. If I were to knock out Edward Teach, right? If I knocked him out, then I would have $100 more on my head. So I'd have 300 on mine. He'd be out. And I would pocket $100, I think, myself. 100 or 200. I can't remember. Yeah. All right, we're going to raise this one up. 6 max. Let's go. I would play this at an 8 or 9-handed table as well. Jack 10 suited, this deep. It's a hand that plays very well post-flop. Yeah, that sold out fast. Yeah, really sort of get a read on your opponents a lot easier. Imagine there's like 30 people at your table, 30 opponents. So it's tough to have an idea of how all 30 play. But when there's only 6 or 5 or 4, you know, you play a lot more pots with them. You start to, you know, get more in tune. I'm going to c-bet this flop. We're going to c-bet big because that's a flop that benefits the pre-flop raiser, which is me. And why is that? Because he did not 3-bet me, right? So in theory, he's not supposed to have a bunch of really good overpair type hands. Okay, ace on the turn. And once again, we are going big. This deep, we're just going to bet full pot. And here, essentially what we are doing is, obviously we're charging any draw maximum. We're also charging a hand that peeled like an ace. We could be in trouble, of course, if he has ace 5, ace 3, ace 8. But he does not, Bella Lujar. So in that spot, when we bet that turn with pot, right? Now the question is like, what are you doing, Daniel? Why are you betting so much? Well, because we're going to do that with our value hands, we're also going to have plenty of bluffs there. We're going to have king, queen and do that a decent amount of the time. We're going to have some flush draws. We're going to have 6, 7 suited, 6, 7 type hands. So it's max pressure, right? Because that ace, again, is really good for my range. Not as good for my opponent. All right, we got ace jack now. And I'm going to just flat this one. Succes, Daniel. I'm sorry. Too much. All right, so it's a raise and a re-raise. No, that's an interesting spot. All right, so this is one I could 4-bet. I could fold. I could call too. And I'm going to do the fold thing. We don't have a ton of info yet. What we do know is this is a real name player, Bella Lujar. So typically, when you see somebody who has a name that's separated like him, he's the only one at the table. Other than me, you know, generally speaking, you know, you're looking at a professional. You're looking at a guy who has been, you know, I wouldn't say flagged, but, you know, noted as okay, this guy's a pro. So he's going to have to use his real name. That's not the only reason, but it's one of them. Okay, I'm going to limp. So when you see me looking over to the left, okay, you see me like, oh, what is he scrolling at? I'm just clicking a button, the generate button on a random number generator, okay? And what that does for us is we're going to check this flop. It just allows me to stay within a balance, just like as a, you know, relatively good frequencies. Yes, Milan, blessing from Yard to Rotted. Easy boy, Rocksteady, and I did chat from YouTube. Always bringing the cheer in the morning. What happened, brother? All right, I'm going to go ahead and bet this one on the turn. 4 small. Okay. I think I like, what do I like? Let's see. I like a check here. I know it sounds crazy, but I think he will bet his missed draws for me, right? And he's going to value bet like a 9, maybe a 7. No, he just had king deuce, so he's probably folding the king deuce anyway. So what we were doing there, again, probably not the best combo to do it because we have an 8. So a lot of the straight draws he might have had would include an 8. But he could value bet a 9. He could value bet worse hands. All right, let's see this 8-5 of diamonds. This is just going to be a call. Just a call. See the flop. Short-handed. Let's go. All right, that's a big flop. Let's see. Sometimes I'm going to lead this flop. It's pretty big. And it's just because of the board texture. Sometimes on this board texture, the big blind can actually lead. But I'm going to check this one. I'm happy to get it in with this hand, by the way. Because look, even if he has kings, I'm a favorite. Do you know that? Because I got a pair, flush draw, backdoor straights, all that kind of shit. Now the question is, do I bet or check raise? I think I would check raise this one. I think I'm going to check raise this hand. Yep. If he bets this queen, I'm going to put maximum pressure on him. Right? Because for him to bet this queen, like what's he saying? He's got one pair type hand. The big blind, I'm the big blind. I can have a whole bunch of shit. 4-7, deuce 4. Bet. I want him to bet. I really do. I want him to bet so I can put a raise in. And I don't get the chance to put the raise in, so we missed everything. But we have 5s. So we probably have showdown value. Damn, this sucked. I really wanted to go crazy with this hand. But didn't materialize. Blind guy didn't bite. Beto 1963 didn't bite. If he bets this river, I'll be shocked. If blind guy bets this river, I'll be absolutely shocked. For him to check back flop, check back turn as the pre-flop raiser, and bet the river for half pot? Well, this is interesting. He's essentially saying that he has a 4. Right? He's trying to value bet thin with a fucking queen? What is this, blind guy? What is this? What is this hand? I mean, I think I might have to see this one. So we're getting 3 to 1. Okay? 3 to 1 odds. You know, he might be good enough to be betting thin here because both players check to him. He might not be that worried about a straight. I think getting 3 to 1, we probably can call this, but I don't like it at all. We block 8-9. I just want to see. This is cheap enough to just see what the fuck's going on. What are you doing here? He has the 8-9. Holy shit. Okay. That hand made sense, but I blocked it, right? You know what I mean by block it, right? I had an 8. That would have gotten big trouble there if I did something goofy. So because I had an 8,